They say bowling is a dying sport.
A dying sport.
I disagree. I disagree.
I disagree.
I disagree.
I disagree.
BowlerX.com for the love of bowling.
He looks good. He looks good. It's over now.
Live from Parkside Lanes in Aurora, Illinois. Welcome to round 2 qualifying of the PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open. Welcome inside Parkside Lanes. I'm Jeff Goodger with PBA Hall of Famer Randy Peterson. And Randy, day 2 of qualifying and our second oil pattern for the event.
Yeah, it's a real unique format that we're using this week. 3 different 39-foot oil patterns. And so it's going to be interesting to see what the scoring pace does today versus yesterday.
And scoring pace leading that scoring pace, E.J. Tackett yesterday, the only perfect game in the field.
Yeah, and you know, no surprise in these events. You see the names that are at the top of the leaderboard, spearheaded by E.J. Tackett. But you have Graham Faw, Jason Sterner, the red-hot Andrew Anderson making a statement once again, and then Marshall Kent, A.J. Johnson. So all the bigs are here this week at Parkside Lanes.
And a lot of the talk yesterday was the approaches. It's so hot here in Chicago, and a lot of people sticking and a lot of difficulty. Do you think we'll see anything different today?
No. No change in the format. You know, we have the same thing back home in North Carolina this time of year. It's real hot. It's hard to keep the building cool enough, and then you throw all these bodies in the mix as well, and so it makes the temperature go up. And anytime the temperature goes up, it affects the approaches.
And let's see what happens on these approaches. We are getting underway for game 1 of 8 today, game 9 overall. 16 total qualifying games. We will make a cut tonight to the top 27 players. Beginning coverage on lanes 25 and 26. John Contos, Michael Davidson, Matt McNeil, and Mike Dole.
You know I don't play anymore anyway, so. I love it here at Parkside Lanes. We have the pretty much half of the control counter to ourselves to call the action. Lots of room to work. And it's kind of cool when people come up and ask for a size 12 rental shoe.
Yes.
Matt McNeil there on lane 26. Great player out of Minnesota.
And other coverage here in game 1. A quirk of this event, we have a duo here, Randy, with you have to have 4 per pair because of the bonus pins. And if you missed yesterday, each qualifying game comes with bonus pins. If you're the high game on that pair, you get 30 pins. If you're second, you get 20. If you're third, you get 10. If you're fourth, you get 0. And because we had several withdrawals yesterday, it just so worked out that these two, Parkin and Grondin, are bowling as a duo here in game 1. So they are both guaranteed at least 20 bonus pins.
Yeah, and again, when I saw that in the format, I was thinking, okay, this is going to be interesting based on the cross. Who's on your pair? You take a guy like E.J. Tackett, Tommy Jones, Matt O'Grady, Marshall Kent. You put them on a pair with 3 inexperienced players, and you could be looking at accumulating a lot of bonus pins.
And our other featured pair in game one, a couple of Francois, Lavoie and Lau, with Kyle Sherman and Bill Gusko.
Francois. Both Frankie and Lau. I think Lau is he not from South Africa?
He is from South Africa.
Yeah, both really good players. And Frankie obviously from Canada. I think the name kind of gives that away. Francois Lavoie. It certainly isn't Argentinian.
That could be. It's not.
Another really good young player, as there are so many out here now. Kyle Sherman on lane 29, crossing with Francois Lavoie. And again, you talk about those bonus pins. This is a tough pair right here with the two Francois and this kid. Bill Spigner stopping by to say hi. It's always a pleasure to see Bill, one of the best coaches in the world, and from the Chicagoland area. Caught me on my phone texting. He said, "Aren't you supposed to be working?" Bill, I am working. Thanks, Bill. Great seeing you. And here is Francois Lau from South Africa. Big, strong player. Ooh, solid 9, no good. Especially on a strike. It's enough to make you want to kick the ball return. And while we have a moment,
we don't have a moment. Yes, we do. Sorry.
On a somber note, Jeff, I'd like to send condolences out. We lost a couple of Hall of Famers recently, in Johnny Gunther and most recently Pete Couture. We'd like to send our well wishes and condolences out to both families. I have a great Pete Couture story that I'd like to just kind of end this message with. And so it was my first ever event that I bowled in Syracuse, New York back in 1980. And I shot 290 the last game of qualifying. The place goes berserk. And I go to the press room, and I failed to check in my equipment after the squad. There just happened to be a tie for 25th position between Pete Couture and Tommy Hudson. And back then, they didn't flip a coin. They bowled one game to see who the alternate would be. Well, Tommy Hudson didn't want to be the alternate, so he throws the match. I get disqualified. Pete Couture goes into the 24th spot. Tommy Hudson is now alternate, and Pete Couture goes on to win the tournament. 1980, Syracuse, New York.
It's a good story. And speaking of storytelling, Phil Brylow joins us.
Just had a chance to watch our leader, E.J. Tackett, start his round of competition. He's going back and forth between urethane and resin during practice. Starts with urethane. Not liking the look after 3 frames. Started with 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. Then a 2-pin light, and then through the nose again. So we'll see if EJ makes a ball change. Talking to a couple of players on the high end. Not as hot as it was yesterday up there. They don't expect the changes to be as drastic throughout the day, but talking to a couple of the ball reps, they're expecting by game 2 we could start to see the middles burn out quite rapidly with the lower volume in this Don Carter pattern than we had yesterday in the Chameleon, and it could make for some interesting moves by these players as they go across the house. A couple of ball reps said, too, that the changes won't be as drastic for the guys coming off the low end, going to the high, where it goes from cold to hot, or for the guys going from the hot end to the cold end, where the lanes were playing quite a bit different yesterday. Shouldn't have that large of an issue today with that.
Well, Phil, tell me what your opinion on this, but anytime I see a lot of urethane go down the lane early, to me, it always seems to make the pattern break down much more drastically and play tougher. Would you agree with that?
Fully agree, and especially yesterday we saw it been on the high end. We saw quite a few guys start with urethane early, and it got a little scrappy up there. Some of the guys would then all of a sudden make the move left on the front part of the lane. Ball wouldn't respond when it got out to the right down lane because that urethane had pushed oil down lane, and then they got that bad over-under action that they're not looking for.
Right.
So, yeah, definitely not a lot of urethane in play all the way across the house. I've seen a couple of lefties like Kevin Williams. We usually see a two-handed lefty with urethane. Simonson started with urethane in practice, put it away. So not a lot of urethane out today as what we saw yesterday. I think the guys are going to be a little smarter, especially on the high end.
And the only time we really see the scores hold up when using urethane is when you can use urethane for the entire block.
Where you see something like Wolf with the shoulder.
Right,
Yeah.
the majority of the guys, like high percentage of the field, all using urethane for all 8 games of qualifying.
Right.
Then they usually stay pretty good. But it's when you go back and forth. You know, you start with urethane, then all of a sudden lanes break down, you move in, you try to go around it with reactive, and then you get that hang down lane.
And we saw a lot of that on the high end. EJ was a guy that solved that really yesterday, and he had a majority of his games down there, which makes him leading the squad being a little more impressive. But there's a lot of guys right on EJ's tail, and obviously with the way the bonus pin system works, you could lose to a guy in your pair instead of losing just the 30 pins you lost the scratch score by. All of a sudden you're losing another 30 to him with the bonus pins, and that 60-pin swing can mean 20 places on the leaderboard right now as close to the top of the field is.
Yeah. And also, Phil, we were talking about the format and the bonus pins. When you look at the first thing I thought of was, man, I can't wait to see who I'm crossing with. That's the first thing that comes to mind. And I mentioned earlier, you get a guy like EJ Tackett with 3 inexperienced players, and you got to really like your chances of accumulating bonus pins. But you look at this pair with Frankie Lavoie and Francois Lau and Kyle Sherman, that's a pretty tough crossing right there, especially if you're Gusko.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with Bill, but when he saw his cross, he couldn't have felt real warm about that.
The good news for them is that the cross is only for that single game. The way all the players move, that Gusko's only got to put up with that for the one game. So, Gusko, he walks into game one, he's going, what am I getting myself into?
And that's a great point. But now the next pair that he goes to, is it the same scenario, or does he get a little bit softer cross for that next game, and then so on and so forth?
Yeah, because next game, could he get Andrew Anderson,
Exactly.
Chris Prather, and Chris Vi?
Right.
So it is one of the unique parts of the format of this tournament is, and it's driving the ball reps crazy, to be honest.
Yeah.
It really is, because usually it's easy to go, okay,
It's driving me crazy.
these guys were on this pair in front of you. Maybe you should make a 2-1 move or a 3-2 move or something like that.
Right.
Now, if somebody gets to game 4 in a pair, there's been 12 different players on that pair before you.
Yeah.
Good luck figuring out where they all played.
Right.
So, the ball reps are on their toes this weekend, without a doubt.
Yeah, it's not the easiest pairing sheet to read. And it's done just about as well as you can possibly do it.
When you have to color code things to realize who's where, it's almost like having to sew your name tag into your socks and underwear, just to know where you're at. Yeah, Gusko, a pretty solid amateur player from the Chicago area.
This pattern in watching this opening game kind of reminds me of the pattern that made me retire. No swing and no hold. Real flat in the middle. You get it too far right, it hangs. Get it up the lane just a hair, and it goes through the nose. Oh, and then you have to throw it good, too.
And then with the lower volume, you know
Yeah.
it's going to change a lot quicker than it did yesterday, especially, as you said, the middle of the lane.
So let me ask you guys this. There's been so much talk about the bonus pins, and forever, and again, going back to a career that spanned almost 30 years, there was always bonus pins. It was 30 bonus pins for winning a match and match play, and that was it. I mean, that we had 2 formats back in the day, 42 games, and then 56 games for majors. There's been so much talk lately, and I know that we've had a number of tournaments where there have been no bonus pins, and now here you have bonus pins in qualifying. What's your take? You like it? You agree with it? You don't like it?
I'm a fan of the bonus pins in qualifying. I am a fan of that. The thing that I would change a little bit more is get the guys across the house a bit more, because some of these guys, this is a 54-lane center, so some of these guys are only playing from lanes 18 up, or because they're only moving a pair at a time to the right. So they're getting from 18. They're not getting anywhere from 16 down. And if there's problem pairs, tougher pairs down there, that kind of thing, those guys are going to totally avoid it. If they had a cross where the guys actually made their way across the entire house on a squad, I'd feel a little better about that. I think the bowlers would feel a little better about that. I know there's some grumblings in the paddock yesterday about not getting all the way. Some guys that could play in the middle part of the house had a little more of an advantage at the low end because it was cooler.
And it's locker room now. There's no longer a paddock.
Okay,
a paddock back in my day. Now it's a locker room. Yeah.
My favorite part is, as you said, Randy, we've had several tournaments which is all qualifying. Bonus pins are unfair. Not fair that I can average higher than this guy and not finish higher than him. So everything needs to be qualifying. Okay, so then we do a bunch of tournaments. Everything's qualifying. Well, now qualifying's boring. So we better add bonus pins to qualifying. So this is still all qualifying, but it has bonus pins.
Right.
So it's a wonderful hybrid of contradicting mindsets.
It's a great way to put it, Jeff. And I mean, part of me is so old school that we never had bonus pins in qualifying. It was just match play, which put an emphasis on winning a match. And I get it that there were some times where a player averaged higher than another player that made the top 5 stepladder finals for television. The higher average player didn't get there because of his match play record. However, that was kind of the point of match play, was winning.
Yes.
Winning matches. And so, part of me, old school, likes the 30 bonus pins. And then part of me is like, total pins at the end of everything, and then no bonus pins. And then if you're the tournament leader, let's throw him a little bone and say, hey, you got to beat the tournament leader twice in order to capture the title. Yeah. However, for television purposes, we can't do that.
Right.
Because if the tournament leader wins in in one game, now what do we do? Have a roll off
post-game interview, Randy.
It's a really long 15 or 20 minute fill, right?
Here's coffee with Randy Peterson, everyone.
I know.
Fox Sports.
So how about some more track tech talk with Randy, and let's analyze everybody's game that was in the field. Yeah, I mean it's just such a hard way to spin it in terms of what's fair, what's not fair, what's interesting, what makes for good television. Yeah. The stepladder finals, the way I understood it, was created specifically for television.
Yeah.
Because back in the 50s, if they'd show the finals of the World's Invitational, some guys got a 350-pin lead going in the last 3 games they're showing on TV. Nobody's going to overcome that.
And honestly, I like the stepladder finals because I think it's kind of cool if a guy, is down in that first spot in that first match, and he picks up momentum. Obviously the underdog, and now all of a sudden, let's see if this guy can run the ladder and win this thing.
That happened yesterday.
Yeah.
Liz Culkin at the U.S. Women's Open. Sorry for the spoiler, but she was the 5th seed, all the way to the top, won the title.
Congratulations to Liz on winning the Women's U.S. Open.
And a lot of people predicted that Liz would win prior to the event.
Wow.
Most of them meant Johnson.
Most of them who?
Most of them meant Liz Johnson, as it was her 4-time title to defend at the Women's
first time
US Open.
Since 2012 that Liz Johnson did not win. But kept it in the Liz family.
I'm lost. Did Liz make the show?
No.
That's why I'm lost. Liz. So is it just anybody named Liz?
Yeah, since 2012.
Gotcha. Now I'm following you.
See, now they should get Liz Claiborne, the sponsor of the Women's U.S. Open, because it's always a Liz that wins it.
Hey, and then if nothing else, let's get Liz Taylor to win the Super Senior Women's U.S. Open.
The Golden Ladies Classic.
This has gotten off the rails real quick, guys, as it normally does.
Well, let's get it back on the rails. You were talking about the bonus pin situation. We've got a unique situation in one of the pairs nearby here where there's only 2 players because players have withdrawn.
Yep.
And now these guys are just battling each other, and one guy's still going to walk off the pair with 20 bonus pins.
Right.
Because of how it's formatted. Is that, something the other players are looking at next door and all of a sudden going like, well, geez, here's my 210. I might get 0 on my pair, and I could have beat the 2 other guys on my pair on the other pair for 30.
Yeah.
It's a unique situation.
Yeah. And who came up with this format?
I believe it was Sean.
Was it Sean?
Sean, yeah.
Because there's a college tournament in the St. Louis area called the National Collegiate Match Games. And they use a format where they put 4 teams in a pod, and they bowl a standard 5-person team game, and then they award bonus pins 100, 150, 150, and 0 in these pods. And they bowl different teams for the qualifying part of the tournament. And Sean liked that when he was a collegiate player, and he thought he could add a little pizzazz to qualifying in a PBA event. And so that's why this is the first time they're attempting this particular type of qualifying.
See a lot of flat 10s by high rev guys, and that's just because of the overall friction. See one left there by Fran. And you guys pronounce it loud? I thought it was low.
Low. It is low.
Okay. There was something else I was going to bring up, and I just had a brain cramp. And that's pretty easy for me at this age and stage in the game. Interesting, going that way at the Greek church. Yeah, I forgot. But I'll get back to it.
We have time.
Yeah. Fran Lau last night, I had a chance to talk to Fran a little bit about barbecue. It's his favorite part of coming to America.
Really?
Yeah, he loved it last year when we were in Memphis for the Billy Hardwick Memorial Open, and got some good Memphis barbecue down there. So looking forward to getting some around the area here last night. He's got a big Weber grill he's got at home now.
Yeah.
Working on getting some different recipes.
Fran looks like he would like a little bit of barbecue.
Lavoie, a couple of weeks ago in Shawnee, Oklahoma, took home the Southwest Regional Doubles title with Dino Castillo. Of course, that's something if you were to catch PBA's Spare Shots on PBA.com as they give the weekly wrap-up of regional action throughout the PBA. McNeil finds where the oil's still at on the outside of this pattern. That ball had no chance to recover. And McNeil right now sitting in third in his grouping. Cantos the only player behind him on the scoreboard at this point.
Well, yeah, congrats to Dino and Francois on that win. Especially for Dino, was coming off of an illness and was, there was a lot of concern going around for not only Dino, but for myself and all of his friends. And just, it's nice to see the comeback and the fact that Dino is healthy again. So, great win for Dino. Big shout out to him and a nice win for those two.
Yeah, it was listening to the stories Dino was talking about when he was trying to diagnose what was originally wrong with him, and then when they figured it out, when you can't even swallow water. That's a scary thought.
Yep. But he's doing great now, and we're so glad that that medically he's cleared and he's fine and back to his winning ways. So,
and it's nice having the Fire Lake Bowling Center on board once again in 2019 for the Go Bowling PBA Tour.
Yeah.
Be nice to visit Shawnee. Hamburger King. One of my favorite dining spots in the United States of America.
Yeah, we've done some damage in that building before.
You've
Hamburger King.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, shot there by Kyle Sherman.
I'd like to do some damage inside the Grand Casino, but it's never me doing the damage.
This guy here, Dole's got a nice game.
He's from the Rockford area.
Boy,
and,
does he throw it nice.
Took a job with Brunswick about a year ago. Still gets a chance to bowl every once in a while, and even after moving back to Muskegon. And there was a running joke a couple of years ago about how long could he average 250 in his league for, and he did it for the entire season in Rockford. That'd be one of those averages where you just walk into a tournament and they just go, no, really, seriously, what do you average? 253. No, seriously. No, 253, here it is. I think he had 11 or 12 800s that year.
Well, not surprising. You watch his physical game, he looks so solid. We'll get back to him on his next shot and maybe do a little critiquing of his game. You know, there's just players that I'm not familiar with that you guys are, but as soon as I watch one shot, I look at the overall motion and am either impressed or not. And I watched him throw one shot and I went, wow, I like that.
Yeah, Dole in 2017 in the Masters in Vegas, he was the only lefty to make it into the top 16. And if he would have gotten a couple of other better breaks, he could have easily made the show there.
Francois Lowe just pulling it back from anywhere. Every time he lets go of it, it looks like it's going to be wide right, and it just wheels back to the pocket. That's always a good thing. I tell you guys what I did in league a couple weeks ago?
No.
794. Throwing the new Intense Fire. And I had 17 in a row at one point. And I did that with an open. So I go strike, spare, strike, open, sheet, front 9. And then I shot 260 the last game. A little 794 action. I hadn't bowled in 2 weeks.
Didn't you do that early in the year too? You had a brand new ball and you ran off like 18 in a row in league?
Yeah. And the only thing I can say is thank God for swing and hold. People ask me, what kind of pattern do you like to bowl on? Easy one.
It's called the Randy Peterson pattern. You designed for yourself.
I actually did design the pattern at Planet Fun in Charlotte, North Carolina, where I'm currently assisting. And so we worked on the pattern for quite a while and finally got it to where it was a pretty decent house shot. All right, here's Dole. How solid is that game? Not a lot of moving parts, which is what I like. I mean, real steady upper body. Good swing line.
He's one of those guys that wears his emotions on his sleeve while he bowls too. It's fun. It's fun to watch him sometimes. You know when he's throwing it well, and you know when he's throwing it bad.
All right, so explain to me that saying. He wears his emotions on his sleeve, yet he's sleeveless. So
that's a short sleeve.
I'm not getting it. What does that mean? Wears his emotions on his sleeve.
I'm not a big fan of metaphors.
I mean, okay, I understand what it means. I just don't understand what it means. Does that make sense?
I understand what that means.
See?
Does that make sense?
That makes perfect sense. How about this instead? When he gets mad, he lets you know it by outbursts of vulgarity and punishing the ball return.
Yeah.
I like that way better than wears his emotions on his sleeve.
Right.
That's a stupid saying.
You can't wear
Whoever came up with that. Let's find out. I think he's Googling it.
Yeah, I'm coming up with nothing for wearing your emotions on your sleeve.
There you go. Folks, it's not only about bowling. I think we've all grown.
The more you know. Jeff, can we get the rainbow graphic across the screen?
The official, I guess this is the official start of FloBowling.
Yes, it is.
On PBA.com.
On FloBowling.com.
Oh, it's FloBowling.com. Never mind.
You can get there from PBA.com.
But you can get there from PBA.com.
Oh, basically a race down to our bottom 2 players on 25 and 26 to get the 30 and 20 bonus pins with Davidson and Dole. Dole with the advantage in that department.
Beauty. Kyle Sherman. Great young player. How old is he, like 12? I'm kidding. He's like 23 or 4,
23, I think, yeah. That kind of surprise last pick by the Dallas Strikers in the PBA League draft.
Very interesting pick, but that's typical of Norm Duke, who is famous for that. I remember the one year where he picked Rhino Page first, had the very first pick and went with Rhino, and that kind of blew everybody away based on who was out there. Like, I think there was guys like Bill O'Neill and Tommy Jones, all these, Wes Malott. He takes Rhino Page. Not a knock on Rhino, but still, I think it was a surprising pick for everybody in the building. And I think it worked out pretty well for him.
Dole needs a strike and 10 more in the 10th to lock it. There's the strike.
And another week 10. We saw that earlier with Kyle and talking about Francois Lowe. There's so much friction, even with the high rev rate of Kyle Sherman, you can still leave week 10s. Hi, Steve Jarris. It's good to see you, pal.
Steve was throwing it great yesterday. Then he got in the extra frame pairs, and he had a couple of 160s once he got on camera. But he not too far out of he was the man just outside the number getting in today, 1 pin behind Smallwood at plus 206. And Mike Dole, that 30 bonus, huge for him right now because he was just 9 pins behind Smallwood getting into action today. So a good start for Dole. If you can get the 227 to get 30 bonus on top of it, he's got the 30 bonus locked up.
Oh, no.
I spoke too soon.
No.
I spoke too soon.
You just gave him the kiss of Bo. Or is it the curse of Bo? Either way, it's not good.
There's a chapstick joke in there somewhere that I'm just going to leave alone.
Francois Lowe peeling it back from the gutter.
Lowe's going to take second place on that pair this game for 20 bonus.
Glad you're handling that because it's way too confusing for me.
Dole will still get the 30 bonus as Davidson failed to strike in the 11th. So that gives Dole 216. And the victory over that foursome. That's an interesting leave by Fran Lowe. Oh, it was a re-rack. He'll fix his score momentarily. I'm like, how do you leave the... How do you get the 6 out of that combination? I've seen 4 out the middle, but taking the 6 out, it's tough. Davidson second on that pair with 203.
Shot. Kyle Sherman, 234. Looks like he's going to take top spot on that pair. Would you agree with that assessment?
I would agree with your assessment. And Lowe needs that big start. He was at plus 86 coming into this game, so 30 bonus on top of his score. Sorry, 20 bonus on top of his score.
Hi.
I'm out of here today.
We're-
Twisted my ankle yesterday. I thought I could go ahead and do it. Even if I did win the match to the point. Not going through 8 games at this point. I'm actually limping out of here. I'm not even wearing my shoes because I can't get my foot in my shoes.
How'd you do that?
It was hot in here and all that sticking and I did something and I heard that something went crack. I'm hoping it's not one of those fractures things.
Oh, no.
But it's starting to swell up. So this is not good.
Oh, not good. Bobby Hall, twisted ankle, with having to withdraw. Did something to his ankle. Today it's worse. Can't even get his bowling shoe on.
Game 1 complete. As we wait for game 2, player movement. Randy was talking given a couple stories about recently passed Pete Couture. So we will take a look at his Hall of Fame video from when he was inducted in 2016, and we'll be back with Game 2 after this.
Pete Couture.
Well, he needs one pin. Stay behind the line. Keep it on the lane. Don't hit your ankle. All those thoughts are going through your head. That's it.
That's a winner. Pete Couture, the winner of the ABC Masters. The ABC.
The technical people are covering the Pro Bowlers Tour. How good the pros are. Bowling the ball.
The carry's been the problem. If you could find a way to carry the corners, you could shoot big numbers.
For the double. And he found a way to carry that corner.
And the temperatures do have a very big bearing on what the lanes are going to do. Right now, the temperature for Pete Couture is just perfect.
Pete has been an instant force here on the senior tour, 4 senior titles. He's already won a couple this year.
Able to kick it out.
That's good for an additional 25,000.
That's pretty good, he says, and he's absolutely right. Well, you talked about Pete Couture being a great match play bowler, 17-7. He's on 4 in a row. Well, Peter, now you've won like $90,000 already. My question is, have you made enough already that you're going to take a rest and give the rest of us a chance out here?
Well, I plan to take tomorrow morning off and then get back to work.
Pete Couture inducted into the PBA Hall of Fame in 2016. And we move into Game 2 here in Aurora. Jeff Goodger with Randy Peterson, Phil Brylow running the concourse.
What a great tribute that was to Pete. It was nice to watch that piece, and tell you what, he was one of the toughest competitors on the lanes, and a true gentleman, just a great guy, and very quiet, unassuming. Just went about his business, but very kind.
Teese, Vi, Grondin, Dole fighting for bonus pins this game. Also, Matt McNeil, Francois Lavoie, Chris Prather, and J.R. Raymond.
Thanks, buddy. Get well. Yep. Travel safe. I love it when the bowlers come into the extra frame booth, say goodbye, and Bobby Hall is going to go home and take care of his ankle and unfortunate injury. Hopefully it's nothing serious. And safe travels to you, my friend.
A fair number of withdrawals in this tournament. Yesterday we lost Ryan Simonelli, we lost Ronnie Russell, lost Rhino Page.
Was it to injury?
Ronnie blew his knee out.
Perfect.
Rhino was limping worse than Ronnie.
Wow.
Not sure what happened with him. And Simonelli, I'm not certain on his reasoning, but we'll try to get that confirmed. Phil's back.
Yeah, I was just kind of checking to see some of the pairings that were going on after players moved. Hey, Kurt Pelon, nice that you're back out here on the PBA Tour. You're pairing this game as Matt Sanders, Tom Smallwood, and EJ Tackett.
Yeah, and watch Kurt be the high score on that pair.
So we'll keep an eye on that. And just looking at the scoreboards across the house before they changed over the game, too. Were not a lot of games that were sitting above 220. Those were rarities all the way across the house.
How about this group? Matt O'Grady, Tommy Jones, Fran Lowe, and Vacant. Vacant putting up his usual zeros.
Don't like Vacant's odds once again on bonus pins. One thing I did notice is that they're having a free youth clinic here after this round is completed at Parkside Lanes, and there are a lot of young fans that are in the building already that are going to be part of that youth clinic starting at 3 o'clock. Sean Rash announced before the round today that they were expecting over 125 young bowlers in the center for this clinic. So a lot of the players will be staying around after their qualifying rounds complete to help out the young bowlers, give them some bits of advice. And this is a spare I don't envy anyone trying to make out here today, the 36910 that O'Grady is trying to fire at. Successfully converts. These three players, one would think would be playing very similar areas of the lane with their speed and rev rates. With Tommy Jones, Matt O'Grady, Fran Lowe.
Well, the good news for this pair, you have three really good bowlers, but you're guaranteed to come away with some bonus pins. Matt O'Grady, just an unusual style, and how far to the inside that hand falls from the top of the swing down. Amazing. Winner of the Tournament of Champions this year for his first ever title. Chris Prather on 28, another rising star. I believe he made a couple of telecasts. Was it back-to-back earlier?
Yeah, he made the Roth-Holman doubles and the Players' Championship.
There you go.
Earlier this year.
Yep.
And last time we were here, 2016, he made that stepladder final as well.
This guy, you want to talk about touch. So much talent out on the PBA Tour these days, guys, with our young guns, as they've been so nicknamed, along with the veterans. Lots of talent. Two-handers, high rev guys, strokers, lefties, a little bit of everything. Richie Teese from England, a winner earlier this season. Or was it last season at the World Series of Bowling?
Last season World Series.
You know, they all start running together after a while.
There are 9 of them.
9 of World Series of Bowling?
Yes. And then each World Series has another 5 to 89 events.
Usually 7. And we normally tape 7 shows in 2 days, which in and of itself is enough to make me not be able to say prolification.
Well, which is everybody's greatest fear.
And you don't have to worry about that in 2019 because with the Fox Sports 1 shows, there'll be night after night after night on Fox Sports 1. Live. Just what the bowling fans are clamoring for. Weeknight bowling on Fox Sports 1, 5 consecutive nights.
I hope I'm there to call the action. Haven't gotten the call yet. Unofficial. No word on the announce team, although I've got a hunch I know who one of those announcers is going to be, and I'm going to go with Rob Stone. Could be a Rob Stone, Jeff Goodger duo. But yeah, there hasn't been an announcement made, and I'm guessing there probably won't be until after the World Cup, which Rob Stone is in Russia now covering. He actually sent me a WhatsApp text the other day. I said, "Hey Rob, just on a whim, are you in Russia?" And he sends me a picture of the Kremlin. So my response was, I'm going to take that as a definite yes. And he goes, "Yep, not a lot of time to do a whole lot, a lot of work." And I said, "Well, enjoy the vodka, my friend." I hear it's good there in Russia. I'm throwing it out there. I don't know. Yeah, but you know how Rob is just so clever. And it's not the response wasn't, "Yes, I'm in Russia, you dumb A." It was a picture of the Kremlin. Good stuff.
McNeil bounced back off the second frame open with 3 in a row. That's a tight match with Lavoie, Prather, Raymond, and McNeil.
So Facebook now is lighting up after the story about my disqualification in Syracuse back in 1980 and Pete Couture getting in, and then I believe he went 15-9 in match play and went on to win the tournament. In fact, I want to say that Tom Baker actually made that telecast, and since we were in Syracuse and Tommy being from Buffalo, New York, he was one of the heavy favorites, and if not the favorite, or at least fan favorite, going into that stepladder finals. But yeah, I'm getting roasted on Facebook now because there was actually another part of that story. So technically, I was still a junior bowler. I go to Syracuse, New York, where my dad was living at the time, and I go and I bowl a win a spot, and it just so happened that the win a spot, the pattern, you had to play the gutter. Well, growing up in Southern California, at the center that I bowled at, which was El Dorado Bowl in Westchester, about 10 minutes from LAX, we played the gutter.
Okay.
So I go to this win a spot, and you had to play the gutter, and nobody in Syracuse could play the gutter. And there's Randy just playing the gutter, and it's like, oh my God, it's like bowling at home. And I ran away with a win a spot. So now I come back months later because I have a free entry into the PBA event. Well, I never weighed in my equipment to start the event, right? So being a youngster, young stupid kid, I wasn't listening well enough at roll call when Harry Golden said, "Hey, by the way, if you do make a cut or you cash, you have to weigh in your equipment." And then got distracted because after the 290 last game that I think made me qualify right around 12th or 13th, and the crowd response, it was like somebody shot 300, and I'd never experienced anything like that, right? So here's this young kid, has no idea what he's doing. I get called into the press room immediately. So instead of saying, okay, hang on a minute, I got to go weigh in, then I'll be in the press room. I go to the press room first, and then not being lucky enough to have someone say, hey, by the way, don't forget to weigh in, I just leave. So I come back at, I think roll call was at let's see, we started around 7-ish. I think I come back to the building around 6:15. And as soon as I walk in the door, I get called into Harry Golden's office. And I'm like, uh-oh, what did I do? So I go into Harry Golden's office, and there's Goose, and he sits me down, and he explains the rule, and he says, and unfortunately, it makes me feel terrible to have to do this, but I'm going to have to disqualify you. And then I remember crying like a baby. And I actually sat on the show. They actually invited me to sit on the show, and I actually sat on the show and watched Pete win. So it was a very interesting start to my career, if you want to call it that.
So, Randy, you've done a few trick shots in your time.
Yeah. Wow, what a segue.
We've got Matt O'Grady on our pair, and we know Matt's the kind of guy who likes to take chances once in a while, but when you're with Greg Ostrander and you get that kind of loft over the top of you.
I'm not sure what I just saw. I'm just glad everybody's okay.
We'll rewind it once again.
That was kind of impressive.
Yeah, that was Greg Ostrander.
Where was that at?
One of a PBA regional before Pro-Am. So yeah, that's Greg Ostrander, and
that is incredible. I wonder how the proprietor liked that.
I wonder how Matt O'Grady's wife Jolie liked that.
Right. Well, Matt's young enough and agile enough to get out of the way if need be. But Greg Ostrander is strong enough to probably throw you over Matt O'Grady.
I would like to see that trick shot.
That would be awesome.
I'll be out there for it.
Shot put Phil Brylow over a bowler by Greg Ostrander.
Phil was zooming down Fremont Street.
Yeah,
you don't need to climb the ladder. You just need Ostrander to
throw me up there, hook me on.
Game 2, right? It says so right there.
Sure does.
Oh, Francois. Strong pair there with Matt O'Grady and Tommy Jones. Chris Vi here. Strong two-hander. Jeff, Phil's trying to get a hold your attention. Francois Lavoie. Matt McNeil, and a good look here now at Tommy Jones working on a double. Uh-oh. Didn't like it immediately, but he'll take that end result.
Seen a lot of weird carry, Randy, and several good breaks like that, but even some of the best shots are kind of hitting softly. There's a different sound.
Well, and again, I touched on it in game 1, a lot of friction, so anytime the ball reads early, it's not going to have a lot on it down lane. Matt got that one wide. And so even with the amount of rev rates that are out on the lanes, with this much friction, it's real easy to leave a weak 10 for a right-hander. And Matt O'Grady knows that if he gets it too far to the right, it's not going to hook back, and that's what causes that shot. See, there it is right there. That great shot by Prather, plenty of hand, but with all that friction, let's see if Francois gets the 10 out. Well, that ended up in the perfect spot. So you get it into that half 10 zone with this much friction, doesn't matter what your rev rate is. Now a little bit slicker pattern where the ball stores better, stores energy longer, you'd see messengers coming across and taking that 10 out, Jeff. Kind of like when you let go of it.
Yes.
Guess who's coming back? Phil Brylow.
Oh, there's no question. Welcome back, Phil.
Hey, thanks. Just went down to check on that foursome I mentioned earlier with E.J. Tackett, Matt Sanders, Tom Smallwood, and Kurt Pilon. And Randy goes, of course, Pilon's probably going to end up winning that pair. And Pilan's well on his way. He's got a strike and a 5-bagger through 6, and he's got a 40-pin lead over his closest opponent. So Pilan on his way to taking 30 bonus pins away from our first-round leader, E.J. Tackett. And Tackett, the author of our only 300 game during qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, all the complaints, well, most of the complaints from players regarded the high end, where it was much warmer. But you look at the top 10, and you see, I think it was 4 of the top 10 spent most or all of their day on the high end.
Correct.
And Tackett bowled his 300 on the high end. So, well, as with all bowling tournaments, one bowler's complaint is another bowler's paradise.
So what? Another bowler's so what? Who's on that end? So what? I bowled great. Lanes broke down different. So what? I bowled great. Tommy Jones rolling it along right now. Front 7 for TJ.
He did have the clutch broken in the shot before. One of my favorite things about doing FloBowling here at Parkside is we have so much room to roam. You know what I mean? It's like we're almost doing World Cup bowling. And the announcers can just kind of move everywhere, stand up. Right now I'm standing right behind Tommy Jones in lane 26. I can see the shot perfectly, even with my eyesight.
I can't. I'm sitting down.
Well, I'll let you know what happens.
Well, I'm also
that looks
looking
good.
at the
Wow. That looked really good location-wise. I don't know if he threw a little bit harder than he wanted to. How about that? He's got every break in the book this game. Backdoors the 10. Way to go, Tommy.
So powerful, he turned the light off back there.
Yeah.
And then back on.
This is a real solid game here. Again, not a lot of moving parts. Reminds me a little bit of Cole on the right side, where that upper body gets committed and then there's just zero movement. Chris has a little bit different hand. I think he's got more hand and just slightly more open. But again, to me, kind of similar in once they get into that position, they stay there. And that's the thing you kind of look for is we were always kind of taught the one with the fewest moving parts wins. And kind of like in golf and in bowling, very similar sports, talking about swing direction and planes and positions and whatnot. But we always like to watch the players that didn't have a lot of moving parts going on. Like, don't watch me because I got a lot of moving parts going on. But it really holds true for all the great players. You watch Frankie Lavoie and Tommy Jones and take a look at Matt O'Grady here and watch, he doesn't have a whole lot of moving parts with the exception of what his hand does. But you could see his head pretty steady there with his head, right? And we always used to try to envision when we were practicing starting with the approach and ending at the foul line, pretending that there was a bowl of fruit on your head. And the more that your head moved around, the better the chance of that fruit falling off. And now you have fruit salad on the on the approach, which is never a good thing.
Is it the Cheetah Rivera School of Bowling?
Don't even know who that is.
Fruit basket on? Oh, I'll get a picture. Don't you worry. I'll get you a picture between games.
Tommy Jones now up on the left. Thanks. I can't wait for that. And flush hit for TJ as he sets up possible 278 here in the 10th, getting up to the 10th for him. And Phil Brylow back on Google, looking for a fruit basket of some sort.
Yeah, that is happening.
Matt O'Grady now strikeout for 222. Looks like there's a little hang on lane 26 because that shot looked pretty good, and it also looked like Matt liked that shot out of his hand. Instead, it's a 2-4-8-10. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with TJ when he comes up on that lane because he went light 210 in the 8th. I believe he went Brooklyn in the 6th. Guys, get any good Chicago pizza since you've been here?
Yes, actually.
Last night, yes.
Where at? Do tell. There's really the two most famous.
We were at one of those, yeah.
Were you at Lou Malnati's or is it Giordano's?
Giordano's, yes.
How'd you like it?
Good. Quite good.
Yeah. Shot there by Prather, setting up the 9th, 248 max. And now Matt O'Grady trying to convert the 2-4-8-10. And a disappointing open frame for Matt. It looked like a pretty good shot that he threw there in the 10th.
Yeah, I can't get the full screen picture, unfortunately. It was Carmen Miranda. I had my Latin American film stars wrong there. Said Cheetah Rivera. That was West Side Story. I apologize to all those West Side Story fans.
It's been a long, storied history of the crossover of West Side Story and bowling fans.
You know, maybe you could look up something about I Love Lucy next and try to somehow figure out a way to work that into the show. Maybe Ricky Ricardo's got some.
I thought Desi Arnaz at one time was on Celebrity Bowling.
See, there is. It's all about symmetry. That's how you work it into the show. Our poor fans once again subjected to nonsense and useless rambling on. Little 6-8 for Matt McNeil. Nice cover. That a boy.
And after all that, Tommy Jones opens in the 10th for 246.
All right, what do you got? There's a shot of is that Lucille Ball?
Lucille Ball bowling.
Can you get that on?
After Frankie's striking here, probably. Oh, no strike for Frankie, but
let's critique the form. Oh, right shoulder way out in front. Trail leg not near far enough behind her. But then again, she looks like she's going pretty straight up the boards, right around 10. So all in all, not bad positions. His fingers were behind it. That's pretty good.
Especially for lacquer back in the day.
I'm not even sure that was lacquer. That looked more like sawdust. All right. Nice work, Phil, as always.
Thank you, sir.
Nobody better our crack research than Phil Brylow at getting information, whether it's Lucille Ball bowling or finding out what's going down on the high end. No one better. Hardest working man in online bowling, Phil Brylow.
Gee, Phillikers.
And nearing the end of game 2 as we take a look at Chris Vi on the left lane, Richie Teese from England on the right. And Richie currently working on a double. Another solid game right there. Speaking of solid games, this guy's got one. Was it last year when he won in when he won in Jonesboro when they were just so brutally ugly?
Yes.
Frankie made him look pretty nice on one of the toughest patterns I've seen in a while.
And he had a good run in Jonesboro again this year. That's one of those houses where you could put a house pattern out and it still plays super tough because of the lane surface there. Yeah, Frankie lost the opening match of the stepladder in Jonesboro to Tom Doherty. Doherty eventually finished second, losing out to Andrew Anderson in the championship match. And that's a shot maker nowadays, no doubt about it, with Andrew Anderson. We got a good look at Andrew crossing our extra frame on FloBowling pairs yesterday.
And a nice break trip 4 there for Chris. And a good look here. Chris Vi, the two-hander.
Vi finished second to Rhino Page at last year's final extra frame tour event in Coldwater, Ohio. Looking forward to going back there in August. I get to ride the tractor again. That's what I'm looking forward to. Watching some bowling at a very tough 16-lane bowling center and riding a tractor.
Well, that sounds like fun. You can take a ride on my big green tractor.
Did you just make that up, or is that a reference I don't get?
That's an actual song. The first time I heard it, I wanted to put a gun in my mouth. That is an actual song.
Did not know that. For those country fans,
for those of you watching or watching, if you know who sings that song and the name of that song, which I think is Big Green Tractor, please instant message me, because I don't. Wait a minute. Hang on. What is it? It is Big Green Tractor, and who does it? Hang on.
Jason Aldean.
Jason L.E.
Aldean. A-L-D-E-A-N.
Aldean. Yes. It is Big Green Tractor by Jason Aldean.
And did you see the way Rachel's smile lit up there when you started singing that song? And
no.
Yeah.
Rachel, do you like that song? Right? Exactly. Right, exactly. Yeah.
See? There's the smile. It's not the song. It's the guy who sings it.
Before they're finished on the second game, see?
And is this after? We have a quick update after 9. So after game 1, if you guys would like to hear it.
Absolutely.
Jason Sterner takes the lead. He's at plus 500, followed by E.J. Tackett, Graham Faw, Dom Barrett, and Matt Kuba. Right behind those 5, Andrew Anderson, Matt O'Grady, Marshall Kent, Greg the Body, the Beast Ostrander, and A.J. Johnson round out the top 10. That is your game 9 update.
Yeah, 278 for Sterner, that opening game with the bonus pins.
You can take a ride on my big green tractor. We can go slow or we can go faster. Right?
Rachel is
Rachel.
She's trying to not pay attention right now.
Rachel actually works here at Parkside. Right, Rachel?
Yes.
We can go slow or we can go faster. Right? Right? Yeah. And for those of you that are tuning in that really like that song, my apologies.
I think we should just give a blanket apology to everyone.
Batista's 224. He's going to take 20 bonus on this pair.
Forget about blanket sponsorships. We're just handing out blanket apologies. Oh, lordy.
Game
Guys.
3 coming up next.
And game 3 underway. 8-game qualifying round, second day of the PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open. Phil Brylow and PBA Hall of Famer Randy Pearson here with you. Brent Boho, Zach Doty, Matt McNeil, Tommy Jones, your foursome on 29 and 30.
Can't get enough Tommy Jones. Just saying.
No, that's
cannot.
That's one
Just
thing
cannot.
that's kind of nice for the player movement we're having this week is getting a little more opportunity to get them on Extra Frame. And
unfortunately, he opened 10th frame of the last game. Came away with, I believe it was 245, and he had a possible 278. So, and it was on that tricky right lane. But I think he won't argue the fact that he got a lot more than he probably deserved on that pair. A couple of nice breaks on that right lane when he went Brooklyn to continue the string and then tripped the 10 out, converting the 210 split in the 8th. And then Matt O'Grady getting on a pair where we've seen there is return to the right on 27 and 8. We've watched Francois Lowe really open up that pair. And what a pairing this is. You got Chris Vi, Kyle Troop, Matt O'Grady.
Nate Michalowski, solid regional player out of Burlington, Wisconsin.
That's why I left him for you.
He's taken it. Yeah, he's taken enough of my money over time in tournaments back home that I know exactly who he is.
Oh my goodness!
Wow,
that one got away from Chris and went right in the gutter.
And once again, checking the footing. It's been a bit different from pair to pair inside of Parkside Lanes this weekend. And as more bodies come in and add heat to the bowling center, it's changing the approach conditions slightly.
Have you guys been following the World Cup at all?
Zero.
Jeff Goodger standing to our left, off headset right now. He's shaking his head no. Phil says zero, and I know nothing.
The only thing I remember hearing about was that Germany was the first defending World Cup team to not make it into the round of 16 the following World Cup. They supposedly imploded and self-destructed their final game.
Any idea what the U.S. is doing?
They didn't make it.
Didn't make it.
That's why
they didn't even qualify for the World Cup.
Correct.
Did not know that. So the biggest sport in the world, and three guys here that have no idea what's going on in the World Cup.
I told you as much as I
feel ashamed, and I feel that maybe we should all somehow find a way to cleanse ourselves.
Well, I know there's still games.
And what better way to do that in Chicago than with beer and pizza? Just throwing it out there. And 16 games of qualifying on two different patterns. All patterns 39 feet in length. And here's Nathan, who takes money regularly from Phil Brylow.
And you mentioned the quiet form before. He's one of those guys that's got a pretty quiet form as well.
Oh, he sure does. Again, another nice looking game. And again,
turn away, Randy. Turn away.
Don't need to see a solid 8 anytime soon. Talk about probably the worst thing to be remembered for.
Not for 18 all-time titles.
Tell you what, let's not even talk about it. Right. Let's pretend it never happened.
Let's go to the other pair here. Vial throw before Doty. Yeah, the moral three-bagger after the gutter ball.
Right.
In the third on the first shot.
Good comeback, though. He spared it in the third after throwing it in the G. Looked like he stuck, went down. And came back with a spare and a strike for Chris Vi. A really nice game there by Nathan. Michalowski, is that how you pronounce it? Michalowski. Yeah. Well, and there's no wonder he takes your cash. He's a lot better than you are.
He is very much so. He's made quite a few of the local bowling telecasts I do back in Wisconsin, and he's won doubles titles. He's bound to be a Wisconsin State Hall of Famer as soon as he turns old enough. He's won a lot of stuff in the state of Wisconsin.
When was the last time you've been to Sheboygan?
Back in March.
Really?
Yeah, back in March I was in Sheboygan. Rhino Page was there with me back in March. He was my color analyst for the TV shows I did up there.
Trying to remember the place that I did. A couple years I did some gigs in Sheboygan.
Lakeshore Lanes, Maple Lanes. It's two
yes.
places that are left. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, Maple Lanes was one of the places. I'm trying to remember the association head there that used to hire me to come up and do some stuff, and my buddy used to own a restaurant there in Sheboygan, right on the lake there, or right on the water there.
Yeah.
And I can't remember the name of that place. So.
Yeah, Rhino Page he unfortunately had to withdraw from this field yesterday. He was limping quite badly after finished his competition, and Rhino did a youth clinic with AJ Johnson to get kids ready for junior gold. And they had a nice deal where the kids got some instruction from Rhino and AJ and a Stormer Rotogrip bowling ball for their efforts. And Rhino said he had a pretty good time, and it was a full clinic both the days they did it in Sheboygan and then also in Fond du Lac. And then Rhino was happy he got a round of golf and he got in at Whistling Straits. So.
Yep. Played it.
Yeah, I've gotten a chance to walk it.
Yeah, played both of them at Whistling Straits. They let's just say it doesn't suck there.
No. Did you get to see the sheep that eat the grass to keep it short in the rough?
Yeah, I did not.
Yeah, they have a flock of sheep on it's usually on the Irish course that they let roam and eat the grass, so it takes care of the rough there.
There's another nice track in Sheboygan called the Bull.
Yes, Jack Nicklaus design.
Yep, very nice. And then not too far down the road you have, I believe it's called Black Wolf Run.
Correct.
And there's one other. I can't remember off the top of my head, but state of Wisconsin, that area, some great golf.
Yeah.
Kyle Troop's still using urethane, playing the extreme outside part of the lane, which he is very good at doing. Kyle quietly having a really nice year, and the only thing missing on the resume would be a major championship victory.
Well, Kyle was Tommy Jones's teammate along with Anthony Simonson and Chris Barnes for the Weber Cup a couple of weeks back, and they finally brought that title back across the pond.
They sure did. Boy, they were fantastic at this year's Weber Cup.
And they also announced that next year's Weber Cup competition will be held on U.S. soil.
It's about time. Where's it going to be?
They haven't announced yet, but one would think if they build their own set like they do in England, they could have it anywhere. But if they use an existing center, boy, can you imagine Bayside Bowl and a hometown crowd there chanting USA?
Actually, I think there would be a bloodbath. Especially if you brought some hooligans over from England, and the amount of alcohol that goes on there, and it would be it would look like a soccer match, which would actually be really cool, especially if it was televised.
Violence breaks out in the mezzanine
right?
at Bayside Bowl.
It's the only thing missing from the sport is a good brawl.
Well, we've never seen them on camera. I've heard of a few off lanes over time. Yeah.
Game 3 of 8. Phil Brylow, Randy Peterson, Parkside Lanes. Is this Aurora, Illinois,
We
or
are in
Montgomery?
Aurora.
I know Sean Rash hails out of Montgomery, and this is his home center.
It's basically Montgomery. If you go about a half mile south on Hill Road from here, you get into the city of Montgomery.
Okay.
So he's not far at all.
And we're in corn country. A lot of corn.
According to Kurt Frieders, the owner here, there's corn across the street. There's beans behind the bowling center. I believe his family still owns most of this land around the bowling center.
So if you're in need of vegetables, we're in the right place.
Right. I wonder if you come back in like August, September when they start harvesting, if there's like a stand right in front of the bowling center.
And could you imagine how good that corn on the cob would be?
Absolutely. Well, there was some good corn on the cob last night. Sean Rash hosted a barbecue outside the bowling center for the bowlers and fans.
Did not get that invite.
Had a band playing. It was a little warm, but tents outside kept everyone in the shade. And EJ Tackett was playing cornhole bags with everyone out there, and I think he took a little money last night. You know, I know he took my money last time we were here. I think it was literally the fastest game of cornhole ever played. It was myself and Jeff Goodger against EJ Tackett and Matt Ogle, and I think the score was 21-1, and I think it only took about 4 rounds.
So you lose money at bowling, you lose money at cornhole.
Yeah.
You need to find another sport, my friend.
Well, that's why I don't really participate much in either of those anymore. Yeah.
Got some great bowlers on our featured pairs right now. Troop, Vibe, O'Grady. This man right here, Nathan Michalowski. And they've got Matt McNeil, Tommy Jones on 29 and 30.
Yeah,
Let's take a look at Brent Boho.
Junior Team USA. This young man from the Milwaukee area. I'm very familiar with his game since his high school days.
I remember him. I watched him at Junior Gold.
Yeah.
Yep.
That made Junior Team USA and Rotogrip staffer and High Five gear, and he's done a lot in his short bowling career.
Yep.
He didn't pick up the game until he was 12 years old.
Heck of a young player.
And he tried bowling one-handed, and he was horrendous. And he started bowling two-handed, and he's really... It's one of those kids that he gets done at a tournament, and he immediately goes and he starts practicing somewhere else because he knows he needs to keep getting better. Yeah, we had a saying last year on my TV shows in Wisconsin because we run a series of youth shows during the summer, and Brett made every one of them. So it was called, we just changed the series instead of calling it the Summer Challenge Series, we just call it the Summer Boho. It's not easy to make 6 consecutive TV shows when you're battling 40, 50 other youth players every event.
And Doty throws it nice as well.
It's amazing the level of coaching these kids are able to get nowadays as compared to when I was a young player.
Yeah. Well, think about all of the avenues to pick up information with, social media, the internet, YouTube, PBA.com, and then the coaching that is available nowadays. A little bit different game.
Yeah. I mean, Junior Team USA, they had their camp a couple of weeks back, and Brent was telling me, there's 4 of the world's best coaches down there, working with all these players and, measuring out their foot pressure as they push off on shots and consistency of that. It's amazing.
Well, and it's nice to see that our sport's finally catching up technology-wise with the rest of the world. You look at golf and what they've accomplished with technology. It's nice to see us kind of moving in that direction. Kegel just had a camp for two-handers a couple of weeks ago, where it was just two-handers and coaching and learning what's different, what makes one different from another, and the different positions that each of the two-handers get into. I wish I would have gone to that. Nathan Michalowski working on a double. Nice game there. Real solid.
You keep that position all day long at the foul line.
Now, if you could have that same that same form and increase your rev rate by about 150, now you got something. And let's face it, it's a power game. You know, a few more revs, he carries that little mixer 7 there.
This has turned into a heck of a battle on 25 and 26. Fujita on the front 7, and everybody basically right on his tail. Richie Teese spare at next 6. Make it the front 8 for Fujita. As we're waiting for that score to get penciled in on our new and improved FloBowling graphics.
Oh, bad shot. He knows it. That applaud there is him saying, "Nice shot," expletive. Can you say expletive on FloBowling? I think you can.
I think.
Well, it's nice working with you.
You can say anything you want once.
I was told that first time I started doing television. I was told that you can say any word you want one time. If I could cross something off of my bucket list, I would love to do a show that was on HBO or one of those networks that was uncensored, and I did it half in the bag with Stu Williams. And not just a stepladder finals, because that wouldn't be near enough time.
I'd put that on my own personal YouTube channel.
Think about it, and let Stu be able to say whatever he wants and describe it however he wants, and then me with an occasional witty comeback.
Who would moderate? Would you be the moderator of that debate, or would you bring somebody else in?
You know, I think that you'd have to have a calming sense in there. You would definitely be there because you would be doing what you do best. We bring the Googe in because Jeff would have to be that guy, the calming voice, you know, the guy that basically has his hands on the reins, and then we just go. And Jeff said he's already in. And the thing about Jeff is that I think he would be kind of the catalyst. He would be the guy that kind of fans the fire.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Fujita's run ends real quick out of that ball, and the 210 remains with the 8 in back. This is one of those pairs where you can shoot 220 and not walk off with a bonus pin, and then you go and look next door, and you might see some guys shooting 180 and taking 20 out of there. Everyone's debating who's taking to the approach next. O'Grady decides to do so. And a 2-4-8-10 for O'Grady. Fujita missed on the 210 conversion. And this is one of those foursomes where every pin that's going to be awarded in bonus is not going to be decided until the 10th frame.
I just think it would be hilarious and so entertaining to be able to say what you want to say, when you want to say it, without the worry of being censored, and then without being stupid and out of control.
Yeah.
But just what's on your mind, whether it's political, religious, whether it involved some choice words that you could never use on live television. I think it would be with the right players, I think it would be so entertaining.
I think you're fully right with that, because so many of the people that watch us here on FloBowling, or that experience the bowlers on what formerly ESPN, now coming up on Fox Sports, they don't know anything personal about the bowlers. I mean, you can go to the bio page on PBA.com, you just see the basic stuff they ask about, but, can you imagine getting into a politics discussion with Dick Allen?
No. No.
I mean,
every post on Facebook from Dick Allen, political.
But that's the thing.
But
you
I love
sitting
it
there in person, and
Yeah.
you guys would be discussing, well, you're right, or Stu and Dick going at it.
Yeah.
You get to know a little bit more behind the bowler than just, okay, well, great, my favorite drilling is pinned down with my PAP at 5 inches up and a quarter over, or whatever it may be. Shows my lack of knowledge right there, because I screwed those 2 positions up, but it's just more than that. Get to know the players a bit more, and oh, that could be a wonderful thing. Vodka Rocks with Randy. That's what we named the show.
What is it?
Vodka on the Rocks with Randy. Is that a good name?
Nah.
We can get you sponsored though. We can call it like.
No. No, I think we need to leave that out of the equation.
Okay.
Yeah, and just.
No sponsorship.
Have you seen the two soccer? They did a thing on Real Sports about the 2 soccer guys. They basically sit in a closet, and they're English, and they basically do a soccer show.
No, I've not.
Yeah, it was on Real Sports. I think the latest Real Sport. I want to say it was Real Sports. Oh gosh, where did I see that? Anyway, 2 Englishmen do this soccer show, an informative soccer show. And they sit there, they've got beers in front of them, and they do this show. And it's great. Very entertaining.
Fujita, front 8, finishes with 244.
Yeah.
Open.
Yeah, that's tough. That's really and again on that 25 and 6 where we saw a little trouble on this lane right here, a little hang to the right. A nice shot there by Frankie Lavoie. But, it's kind of a double-edged sword there with Fujita, where he does have the front 8, and then you're like all of a sudden looking to pick up a bunch of pins, and then you go back-to-back open frames, 9th and 10th. Here is an update after 10 games. Sterner continues his lead at plus 546. Matt Kuba at 512. E.J. Tackett in 3rd, followed by Marshall Kent, Dom Barrett, Graham Faw, Andrew Anderson, A.J. Johnson, Matt O'Grady, and now in 10th, Anthony Simonson. And I don't know about you guys, but I smell French fries.
Oh, Tiffany's Pizza must be open.
There's something brewing in this center, and it smells great.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what it is, but let me tell you how distracting that was while I was reading off the top 10.
Fujita, even with the front 8, he might only walk off of this pair with 10 bonus pins. Richie Teese can go 266. Ryan Lakota can go 247. For some reason, his pin's off on our score sheet right now.
That's a great point, and that's why you're where you're at, Phil.
It's just got to be a little tough pill to swallow coming off of a pair.
And that's the other thing that I just mentioned about front 8 back-to-back opens, and then you threw the bonus pins on top of that. It's a great point to bring up, and you're right. He's looking right now at, now 2-2, so he's going to be locked for at least 2nd on that pair, correct?
Yeah, Lakota's 236
Oh,
max
wait a minute.
now.
Right, so 236 max. So he's locked for 2nd, but you're right. There was a point where he was in jeopardy of getting only 10 bonus pins, starting with the front 8.
And he may only get 20 if Teese gets sufficient count on this next ball. It could be 25, yeah.
Sufficient count? No, he's already in the 250s.
Yeah, Teese would go 9 out. Teese can go 9 out for 244.
How do you figure?
Wouldn't it be 244?
It looks to me like he's already in the 250s.
Yeah, thank you.
So Teese in the 250s, he'll get 30. Fujita's going to get 20. And 2 pins that separate Frankie Lavoie and Lakota. Is that correct? Yeah, Lakota finishes with 236. So Lavoie shoots 234, gets nada. Nothing. Kyle Troop can shoot 258. If he strikes out, he'll need a double to lock up 30 extra on his pair. And Teese is going to bowl a nice 260 game. Wow, some good scores on that pair. Just when I thought that pair was kind of tricky. O'Grady with 190, currently in 9th. Troop. Let's see where Kyle Troop is on our standing sheet. Kyle Troop currently in 35th. Boy, he could sure use a double here and a 250 and 30 bonus pins. And, second time that I've watched him come up just a bit light on that same left lane.
Boho and Tommy Jones battling it out on that pair.
Greg Ostrander's in the booth. We were showing your video, Greg, of you launching it over, what's his name? I think it was Matt O'Grady. Take us through that real quick, Greg, as Greg joins us here in the booth.
Well,
what were you guys thinking?
Well, we were doing a charity clinic for Wounded Warriors, and I always do a chair shot usually. So we have 2 squads. The first one, I did one just over the chair, no one in the chair, and then I wanted to go further. And Matt's like, I'll sit in the chair, and I told him don't even bother because it was about 35, 40 feet down the lane, and I'm like, low ceiling. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna hit you in the head. He goes, I don't care. I'm like, all right, so do it over the head, and then from there it went viral.
Yeah, it certainly did.
It was fun though.
We talked about if they mentioned, well, if Matt got hit in the head. I'm like, nah, he's still young enough and agile enough to get out of the way. But that was quite an impressive toss over the top, and it looked like he was at about 40 feet.
Yeah, it was just before the hash marks. So it was about 40 feet, and I mean, I can go to pin deck if I really need to. But
yeah, and then we talked about that. I thought that you could probably throw Phil that far over Matt O'Grady, that you're strong enough to do that.
You might need a running start for that one, though.
Oh, no, we give you you give him
just a regular approach?
No, we'd give him a few extra steps.
That's fun. I'll try it.
But I think you could probably like if we put a bowler in a chair at the arrows, I think you could throw Phil over the top of him. Yeah.
I'll try it.
Yeah. All right, brother.
All right, man.
How's it going out there on the lane so far? What are you seeing, and how's your scores?
I bowled 2T in the first game, and I split the bonus pins for the lead, and then the next pair I bowled, it was all urethane, so I bowled 180 on it. It's a bad pair, and then I just bowled 220 that game one, so I'm plus 444 after 11.
Good.
So not too bad shape right now. So
good shape. You were in 12th after the 2 games, so look for you to move up the leaderboard, and best of luck the rest of the way. Greg, thanks for
guys.
stopping by.
Appreciate it.
And Tommy Jones airmails first ball of the 10th frame. And that's going to cost Jones 10 bonus pins. Even with a conversion here, he's going to max out 245. Brent Boho taking out 30 bonus. And Doty be taking out 10. Tommy Jones getting 20 on the bonus. Game 3 completed. Game 4 coming up shortly from the PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open in Aurora, Illinois. Game 4 underway. O'Grady, Butler, O'Neill, Lakota. Your foursome. Phil Brylow along with Jeff Goodger.
Hello.
Bringing you game 4. And pretty interesting climb up the standings for a couple players today through game 10 overall qualifying. Don Barrett has gone from 12th to 5th. Bill O'Neill unfortunately dropped down to 24th. And Steve Jaros, who's on the man on the outside looking in, going into this round, so we're taking 27 players. Jaros still inside the top 27 at plus 284 with the bonus pins. And we're starting to see a little bit of spread between the top tier and middle and bottom tiers of players thanks to the bonus pins. And of course that makes logical sense. If bowlers are bowling well, they're going to earn more bonus pins. If they're not bowling well, they should be earning less bonus pins.
So many bonus pins. It's 50 per game, 60 per game. 30, 20, 10. Till tomorrow when it will go down to 20 and 10, as we will have trios bowling tomorrow. Top 27.
Jeff, we were awarding a total of 25,920 bonus pins during qualifying over the first 2 days of this event.
Well, I don't know if that's exactly correct. We had that duo earlier.
Well, that's true.
So what happens to those mystery 10? Is it Superman 3 again?
I would have to agree with you on that.
So whichever genius in this field is a fan of either Superman 3 or Office Space, which heavily references Superman 3, that person's going to end up in the stepladder final just by collecting all of the phantom bonus pins.
Hold on, is my TPX report in yet?
No.
No.
It's not.
Still waiting on my TPX report. I do know that I do have about 7 different bosses right now, though. Boho, Fujita, Itter, and Mars. Fujita, big run last game. Started with the front 8 before opening the 9th and 10th frames.
I want to go on to just say thanks to everybody.
Jeff Goodger, Phil Brylow. Game 4 of round 2 qualifying, and now joined in the booth for his debut appearance on FloBowling, PBA Tour Commissioner Tom Clark. Welcome, Tom.
Hello, guys. Thank you very much. This is exciting. First time ever on FloBowling. It's still extra frame. It's extra frame on FloBowling. And the main thing that I want to do today is thank all of our extra frame subscribers for coming along. And you're the reason we were able to start this new relationship with FloBowling is our subscribers that have created a value for watching professional bowling on digital streaming, and so that helped create an interest from Flow Sports, which is a leader in digital sports coverage, to be interested in carrying the PBA, and led to a lot of conversations that have gone on for over a year until this point, when we have moved Extra Frame from its old platform host to FloBowling, our new host. And it's a better business relationship for the PBA. You know, and I know the number one thing any of us want when we improve the business of the PBA is more prize money and more events for the players. And the best example that I can give you right off the bat as to why FloBowling has helped the PBA is in October we created an entire new event called the Fall Swing in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and that's possible totally because of Flow. And that's going to have a $30,000 first place event, 2 $10,000 events. It's kind of like a mini World Series of bowling, and it's going to be covered completely live on FloBowling, on Extra Frame on FloBowling, and that's all because of this relationship. And there's going to be a ton more. But it doesn't happen without our subscribers, and that's why we fought really hard to make sure all of our old subscribers could be grandfathered in at their existing rates that they were paying for Extra Frame. And hopefully, and I know everyone that's watching this made the transfer and claimed their accounts, but if you have any friends or anybody and they're having any trouble with that, just make sure they ask questions about how to do it, and we'll set them up. But and then the other message that I would have for you guys, and before I get out of your way so you can keep calling the bowling, is to be there's going to be a ton of improvements with Flow and Extra Frame being on Flow, and it's mostly going to be because of Flow's team being able to work with our team, people like Jeff and Phil and Randy and everybody that we've had on Extra Frame for years. But everybody should be a little patient. This is the first time, so be a little bit patient, and the improvements will come as we keep working. This is the first event ever, and it's already pretty flawless, and already the picture is better. I could tell that myself watching on my phone on the way here, and also watching at home on my laptop yesterday. And the scoring system will take some time to get up to speed, but it's already has the potential, everyone can see, to be better than what we've had to do in the past. And the choices that viewers are going to have will improve. The platforms where you'll be able to watch Extra Frame improves immediately with places like Roku and Apple TV, you've been able to watch this on your big screen television, on your smart TV. And the one area that is already exceeded my expectations in support of the PBA is Flow's social media and FloBowling.com coverage and content. I mean, it's almost like a dream come true. It's something that you guys, like Jeff and Phil, would have loved to be able to do, but you're live streaming. So you can't go out and do a feature story on how Anthony Simonson is going to approach the second pattern in this tournament on day 2. But that's on Flow Bowling's Facebook page, Twitter page, FloBowling.com, and it's a great piece put together by really strong producers. And that's one of about 15 they've done just from here. Interviews with the host, John Rash, interviews with EJ Tackett about his bowling balls. There's tons of content. So everybody that's watching this needs to make sure they follow Flow Bowling on Facebook and on Twitter, and make FloBowling.com one of the websites they always frequent, because basically they're covering bowling the way we would want we'd want ESPN to cover bowling, and they're even doing it better. And they're doing some things that are controversial. They have poll questions, they have podcasts, feature stories, and video. They've hired writers like, we all know Lucas Wiseman. He's already written a bunch of stories. And this stuff's free to everybody, so it can help lift our brand, help lift the identification of the players and who they are, so that when you watch the live stream, you have more rooting interest and more areas of interest. And before I let you ask any questions that you have, before I forget, and I already spent last night and this morning talking about Pete Couture, and I heard Randy this morning talk about his incredible experience with Pete Couture, which is one of the great stories in the history of the PBA, when Pete got your spot in the top 24 and then actually won the tournament. That's in my hometown, Syracuse. I think I was at that tournament, actually. I was only about 11 years old, Randy. I don't know how old you were. You were 18, yeah. But that's a tragic story. And Pete is an interesting guy that we all really, I think every single person enjoyed talking to him. And even though he was great on the video that I put up today was when he bowled Earl Anthony. Do you ever remember that? Yeah. When he bowled Earl Anthony and he went to sudden death twice at the Tournament of Champions on lanes 27-8, and he beat him. Yeah. And that's one that I think Earl's waiting for him up there, waiting for a rematch, But he was great on the regular tour, but I think of Pete Couture a lot as a leader on the senior tour, and a guy that really made the senior tour go. And he was important. He was an important voice for the players as well. So he'll definitely be missed. But
I know.
Yeah.
I know one concern. Not to get off topic
here
a bit, but I know one concern that some of the fans had on social media coming up is, are they going to be able to see what's happening on Fox Sports on FloBowling? Are they going to be able to get those shows if they miss it on Fox or Fox Sports 1?
Yes, they will. Yep.
Yeah, and that was a big concern. I think that I think a lot of people feel a little better about once they know that, hey, they can go back and rewatch, and they'll be able to rewatch those shows over and over and over again, just like we always had the finals of PBA 50 and regular events on Extra Frame eventually as well.
Exactly. Yep. It's a 7-day wait. So it was our first live show on Fox will be January 6th, the Hall of Fame Classic from Arlington, Texas, and that show will be available on Flo on January 13th. And to international fans, and we have a lot of them on Extra Frame and now on Flo. I actually think, and we're still working the kinks out on this, but I actually think that they'll be able to watch that Fox show live. Flo also has the international rights to our Fox coverage, because Fox isn't available in most international countries. But if you live, like, let's say in England or Spain or something, and you want to watch that show, I think we're going to be able to patch it in through Flo live to those viewers. So all the international fans will really like this, and then any Flo Extra Frame subscriber in the U.S. will be able to watch all of our shows archived on FloBowling 7 days after they air.
Are there now, take it the other way, PBA also in conjunction with the World Bowling Tour does a lot of events overseas that are eligible for PBA titles. Back in May in the Busan Open in Korea, Anthony Simonson was in the finals, and Anap, I can't remember Anap's last name, from Thailand.
Armsarnan.
Thank you. And he took the title. Is there going to be more opportunities possibly for fans on FloBowling to see WBT PBA tournaments in conjunction?
I'm hoping. I mean, in our new relationship, in our old relationship on New Line, the PBA was responsible for all production expense. So the main reason that we wouldn't go cover a World Bowling Tour event was expense. I mean, Jeff's expense report alone, is ridiculous. It's in the places like Aruba. So, somehow we'll have an event in Thailand, and he's got to go to Aruba for a week and learn the culture, and that's part of the whole thing. So we had to get rid of the Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if that's expensive there.
It is for me.
Yeah,
everywhere is.
But so when FloBowling looks at our schedule, they're going to be able to make their own decisions on where are they going to. In this new relationship, FloBowling is responsible for the expenses of our production, and so they'll make the decisions on where we go, when we go. They already have ideas to cover more events. Like they want to cover our regionals. I mean, we do 130 regionals every year that no one sees other than the people in the bowling center, and so it'd be great to be able to do more of those. But World Bowling events would certainly be have the potential. I'm sure that the Japan DHC, which we've always done, will continue, to be an event we cover on Flo.
Is it along the WBT lines? Is that relationship looking to continue in 2019 as well?
Yeah, there's actually a few controversial subjects with World Bowling that are on the table for debate, and we met about them in Bowl Expo. Things like handicap pins for women in those events, and I'm not afraid to tell anybody listening to this that we aren't fans of that. We don't want there to be a PBA title decided by a perfect example is exactly what happened to Anthony Simonson this year at the Euro Challenge.
The Euro Challenge.
He won the championship match, but lost because the woman that beat him had 8 pins handicap. I don't want a PBA member losing a PBA title because of handicap. And that's not going to happen again. So they have to make changes there. And it's nothing against the woman that won. It's
Right.
nothing against the tournament.
Because we've seen women win on the PBA in the regional system. Diana Zavjalova a couple years ago in Kokomo, we covered that regional.
Liz Johnson
Diana
just won at the World Series Bowling.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. If I gave Liz Johnson 8 pins a game, she'd be giggling the entire match.
When Boston played that first event on the PGA Tour, they didn't give her shots.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
We're just not fans of handicap. We're fans of women bowling. We're fans of women being in the competition. We're fans of tournaments doing anything they need to do to make a tournament work. And in Europe and other world bowling areas, world bowling tournaments, entries drive the prize fund. So they take re-entries. They try to get more women to bowl by giving handicap pins. They do a lot of things in order to drive entries. And I don't even blame them, but it just can't be a PBA event anymore. We've went along for enough time with that.
And at what point, if you continue to give women handicap, do you run into that issue where maybe you'll get that tennis players, Richardson?
Oh yeah, right. Randy taking things to the extreme feels like there may be a rash of transsexual activity or whatever. No, I'm sorry. Randy goaded me into FloBowling's now off the air, and No. Okay. Well, first of all, there's nothing crazy is going to happen, but from a PBA standpoint, we don't want those types of things to happen. These guys love getting me in trouble.
PBA event is a PBA event.
Yeah.
If you're a female that would like to bowl in the PBA event, you bowl the PBA event. But guess what? You bowl in the same playing field as the men. That's the choice you make.
Absolutely.
Well, we entered into the partnership with World Bowling, knowing that there were some rules that would not be consistent with our rules, and we made that. We made that negotiation, the good with the bad, and we wanted to build it, and we want to help bowling get into the Olympics. We believe in World Bowling's mission. We believe in the PBA players when they're doing all this traveling to go into World Bowling events, to have the chance to win PBA titles so that their time is well spent. They're incredible ambassadors for the game. Every one of the locations where World Bowling exists want PBA players to be there because they make the entire event better. They make people come out and watch. They lift the quality of bowling in every country they go to because everyone can come out and see, well, this is how Sean Rash bowls. This is how he treats a tournament atmosphere. And Anthony Simonson and all these guys, they're great ambassadors for the PBA, and we like to spread the PBA brand in all these countries. So we love so many things about the World Bowling Tour. We love the World Bowling Tour finals when we can do a television show here in the U.S. and have, think of last year's show. Belmo won in the last frame and a roll-off. It was great. And Daniela Zavjalova won, Randy's new favorite. She won the over Danielle McEwen, I think.
I'm still trying to get my hair to look a little bit like
And, there's so many great things about the relationship, but we have kind of decided to draw a line in the sand when it comes to handicap pins. So we'll see how things go.
So I have a question, and you can relay my question since I don't have a headset, but one of the questions that I've been getting asked a lot with the new agreement with Fox is that since Fox is now taking over selling of the package, are we going to see an increase in prize funds for the players?
Okay, Randy wants to know, with Fox coming on board, how will that impact the prize funds for the players? There's, in the first year, with the guaranteed rights fee money that we have from Fox in our new relationship, what we're able to do is add approximately 4 events, 4 events, with almost $1 million more of prize money year over year. So immediately there's an increase. The most obvious is the new PBA Playoffs, which we're starting for the first time next year, where the top 24 players after the first 13 events of the 2019 season will earn their way into a bracket and play off all the way down, and the champion of that event will win $100,000. And the prize fund for that event alone is, I believe it's $300,000, and pays all the way down, all 24 spots cash. And that is the first immediate impact of Fox coming on board. The the potential impact is what makes me really excited, and should make every one of our players and you and everybody excited, is that Fox now is the sales division for our shows. Fox sells our advertising. Fox sells our entitlement sponsorships. If they sell over their nut, that they're paying us as a rights fee, we split that revenue 50-50. So let's say Fox sells double what they're paying for the rights to sell it. We would split that difference, and that money, as everyone should kind of be able to tell, the first place we want to improve is number of events, number of live events, and amount of prize money. And so that's where most of that money would go. So that's why we're going to be rooting for Fox, why we're going to put on the best shows possible, why the Fox is rooting for our show because they're selling it. That's on them to sell. So they want us to do well. So they're going to promote our shows more than ESPN did, and they're going to and they're going to put us in time slots and give us a better chance to succeed because they want there to be value in what they're going out selling. In the ESPN deal, ESPN did not sell into our show. It was our responsibility to create revenue off the programming that we did on ESPN. So there's an immediate impact, but then there's a really big potential.
Sure. And so my follow-up question to that, and not to demean anybody or any entity, but if you take a potential sponsor, let's just say Ford Motor Company, and you got PBA here and Fox here, and both go to Ford Motor Company and ask for $1 million, which of those two entities has the better chance? Which one's got more clout? Which one's got the better chance of landing that sponsor? Yeah. PBA or Fox? Which one's the bigger name?
Fox. Fox. That's
why we're all so excited.
Yes.
About this. Yeah. Fox has got skin in the game, and I think that this deal is probably the best thing that's happened to the PBA Tour in 20 years.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I don't know if people can hear Randy. Can you?
Yeah, probably, they get enough of Randy. Yeah.
But
you got enough of Randy.
I don't know if people have had enough of Randy or if they. No. Yes, I appreciate it. I mean, the one thing I think I'm going to keep saying though, because I've had so many people. I was at Bowl Expo, so a lot of people were excited about it in the industry, and they're all kind of coming up to me. And I've been just like Randy's been with the PBA for 18 years as an announcer, but longer than that as a player. I've been with 38 years. I've been with the PBA for 10 years working. And they're coming up to me saying, what you did is so great. It's the greatest thing. Congratulations. You did such a great thing. And they're giving me, and I appreciate it. But what I really keep telling them is, yes, it is great that we're going to go to Fox in this Flow deal. Both things combined, the media rights transition is exciting, and it's a great thing. But the best thing that I've done is what all of us in the industry have done for about the last 5, 6, 7 years, which is keep the PBA alive and growing. Because that was harder. That was more difficult than making these sales deals for rights. So I take more pride in what's happened over the last few years, even than making these deals. And I know that it's the players that stuck with us, that kept fighting and putting on a good show and getting better at bowling. It's the product registered companies that stayed with us at the same rates and kept supporting the PBA. And it's our staff and all of you guys and the people that grew Extra Frame, that grew our YouTube channel, that grew our social media, that made our TV show attractive, our producer. All that stuff we did ourselves. No one helped us. And so it's kind of like the bowling world and our world that worked together under really difficult circumstances. I can tell you, nobody got raises during that time. Nobody was saying, wow, our prize money is going crazy high. Everybody was doing it because of a love for the game. And that is the thing that paid off, and that's the thing I'm most proud of.
Well, we're wrapping up with Game 4, reaching the halfway point of qualifying. And Tom, thanks for coming in the booth and get to watch this unique format.
Yeah. Well, that's another guy we're proud of is Sean Rash. He bust his butt, to pull this thing off, and he's got a great field. It looks really impressive. I brought my son to watch, and I just lined him up behind a pair behind Andrew Anderson, Anthony Simonson, and who was the and Kevin Williams, who's fun to watch, and said, watch these guys.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what kids, I mean, any kids, you get a chance to stand. He's standing 5 feet behind those guys, and that's the type of thing you can do at a PBA tournament that you can't really do at any other sport, and he'll get better by osmosis just watching how they act.
Next game, though, he has to choose which one of those 3 he wants to sit behind.
Because
they're all parting ways.
Yeah, in this format. You know, I'll say this about the format. There's pros and cons, just like everything. You know, the pros are, it makes every single pair interesting because there's like an action match going on every game, and you're trying to see who's going to win this pair, who's going to come in second. And those bonus pins, look at the leaderboard, they mean a lot. So having an action match every game makes qualifying more fun. The negative side of it is, you know, sometimes you catch a pair with only 3 guys on it, or sometimes, you know, your trip might just be way more difficult than other people, or it might just be confusing, you know, to keep track of. And but that's not my problem, so I don't care.
No. Good thing that doesn't affect any of us.
No.
Just kidding.
And then, yeah, and the pros are sticking around after the squad. You mentioned Sean Rash, the great job he's done. He's got a lot of these guys sticking around for a youth clinic.
Yep.
That's going to have at least
2 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
125 young players coming in.
That's going to be awesome.
For that, it's going to be a good time. And, you know, Tom, thanks again for everything you do for
bowling.
Guys.
Thanks to you guys. Keep it rolling. And thanks again to all you subscribers for coming on board with Flo. And, you know, we're really interactive. Make sure you follow on social media. Ask questions if you're having problems. And it seems like people are getting back to you. I'm trying to answer as many questions as I can myself. So thanks again. We'll see you.
Thanks, Tom.
All right.
Game 5 from Aurora, Illinois. The PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open continues. Jeff Goodger with Hall of Famer Randy Peterson. First look at Jason Sterner today. Randy, who had a great day yesterday and good day today. He's in second through 3 games today, 11 overall.
Yeah, going along nicely, and as he should be. He's a shot maker. Pretty tough pattern today, and so totally expected to see Jason's name up top of the leaderboard. EJ Tackett dropping down just a bit, even though the players are in Game 5. We only have a 3-game update, folks. EJ currently in 5th. So it's Matt Kuba, a local boy from Chicago Ridge, Illinois. Jason Sterner, Andrew Anderson, Don Barrett, EJ Tackett, Anthony Simonson, Graham Faw, The Loesch, Chris Loschetter, Marshall Kent, and rounding out the top 10, A.J. Johnson.
Brent Boho up in the 4th frame with O'Neill, Sterner, and Yesevich.
That young man there is a pretty good little bowler. You know, one of the things that's been running through my mind since arriving here in Aurora, Illinois, isn't this the home of Wayne's World?
Yes.
Thank you.
I contacted Paramount to see if we could get clearance to play a couple segments from the movie during this coverage, and they ignored me.
Oh.
So I'm not going to do that.
Wayne's World, Wayne's World. Party on, Garth.
Qualify on.
Qualify on, indeed. Halfway through.
Cutting to 27 after the 8 games today. Those 27 come back tomorrow. They will form 9 trios. Bonus pins will, instead of 30, 20, 10, they will be 20 and 10 and 0, 4.
And take us through the rest of the format for tomorrow.
Tomorrow, 8 games for those top 27. And following those 8 games, we will have a traditional, no bonus pins, because it doesn't matter at all in this format, stepladder finals, 5-player stepladder finals.
And what time is the stepladder finals scheduled?
That is scheduled for 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. local.
And there you have it, folks. Still seeing Urethane go down the lane. Top 27, if you're wondering, after 3, it's Bill O'Neill at plus 316. And we'll give you an update on the leaders as soon as we get it.
Daniel Hall. He's very proud he was able to fill out a scholarship form, young enough to qualify for scholarship if he is to cash. And a great shot there for him. Back to Kyle Cook.
There is a Kurt Pelon sighting over on 27 and 8. Just went 3-6-10, just to the left of your screen. And now the right of your screen. Players still kind of playing all over the place, Jeff. I see Urethane. I see Reactive from in, Urethane from out. So players just trying to find a way. Look at that messenger. Pretty impressive.
Here's that Kurt Pelon sighting again.
The ageless one.
Randy, you talk about players, like everybody playing everywhere. How much is there to the argument? A lot of times you'll hear some of the players say, well, they broke them down wrong, or they're breaking them down the wrong way. And is there a right way to break them down, or is it whatever works for you, do it, and that's why everybody does something else?
Yes, to both.
Okay. I was afraid you would say that.
Yeah, I mean, there is a right way. Typically what we see, especially on the senior tour and the women's tour, is that most of the players are pretty much the same in terms of power. So they tend to get in the exact same part of the lane and break down that part of the lane. Then what we tend to see is it kind of turns into an advantage for some of the players with a little bit more power. On this tour, you've got everything from players that throw it pretty much down and in to your two-handed monsters and everything in between. And so the answer to your questions, yes to both.
Perfect.
You know, all I know is that if you take a flat pattern and put 4 guys on a pair of lanes, and we used to do this a lot at the U.S. Open back in my heyday when we bowl on that really tough flat pattern. And the U.S. Open traditionally had a lot of amateurs that would bowl the event. And I would get with my amateurs and I'd say, hey, listen, for this game 1, we're going to throw it straight up 8, all of us. And I'd talk them into it. They'd drink the Kool-Aid. And for the 10 or 15 minutes of practice, whatever we got, we'd all play in the same spot. And our scores were always good game 1. And then game 2 was a different story because now we're moving to another pair, and guess what? They didn't do that. But all I know is this. You bowl on a flat pattern, you get 4 guys in 15 minutes all throwing it up straight up 7-8, 7-8-9. You're going to break down that part of the lane, and you'll be able to use it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you've got one guy that's throwing it straight up 8 with 500 grit, urethane, another guy that's playing 4th arrow with 650 rev rate, and another guy playing 12 with a 450 rev rate, guess what that pair is going to turn into? It's going to turn into trash. A.J. Johnson, front 8 over on 23 and 4.
Jason Sterner working on a strike up in the 7th frame. And he loves that one for good reason.
It's his second double of the game, Jeff. His ball reaction looks really good to me in the way he's able to push it through the front part of the lane and still get it to recover. But here's A.J. Johnson, front 8 now. A.J. currently in 10th after 3. Money.
Still too high.
And the two-hander, Brent Boho. Any idea how old he is?
21.
Brent Boho? 21. It's interesting to watch the different two-handed styles there are with Brent and Anthony Simonson, and then obviously Jason Belmonte, the #1 in the world.
Belmonte not here at this event, and my #1 in the world, Phil Brylow, now wearing a headset.
Thanks, Jeff. Hey, to share a Brent Boho story about the dedication that kid's got to the sport, he had jaw reconstruction surgery last summer. And 3 days after he was in the hospital for 3 days. 3 days after he got out of the hospital, decided he wanted to bowl one of my TV tournaments back in Wisconsin. Bowled all day, all night, and then finished third on a TV show. 3 days after reconstructive jaw surgery.
And make it 10 in a row for young A.J. Johnson.
I hope A.J. gives Rhino Page full credit for this 300 game once it's complete.
I heard Rhino's in the booth, and I heard you and Rhino talking. Rhino, I guess, helped him out a bit with his swing. He was a little too steep and changed a little something to create a bigger flat spot for him, and obviously working out nicely thus far for A.J. Only one 300 thus far, and that would be by E.J. Tackett. That was yesterday.
Up on the high end. He had no problem keeping his ball on line yesterday.
He had no problem staying cool up at the hot highland. Highland. Whoa. Up at the hot high end. Let's not try to say that ever again. There we go, 11 in a row.
Those last three have just been no doubters out of his hand.
Yeah.
It's a little unusual to be talking about somebody getting 130 pins a game back in qualifying, but with this event, the 30 bonus that AJ's already got locked up.
And the money shot.
Just pure.
That didn't suck.
No.
Holy cow.
And AJ doesn't live too far away from here either in Oswego, so you hear a lot of the fans nearby. They know him quite well. Oh, this is Ryan just said this is home center now as well, so
that was pretty good there.
Hopefully, as a league bowler here, he gets a free pizza for that 300 game.
That's why he was so excited. The several fist pumps and the shouting was for the free pizza.
He wants a Tiffany's pizza. There's no doubt about it.
Am I missing something?
Tiffany's pizza right down behind lanes 41 42. I've heard it's pretty good.
It's good enough for A.J. Johnson to throw 12 in a row for
So that's what he got all excited about.
Yeah, he didn't care about the 130 pins. Didn't care about jumping up the leaderboard, the extra cash bonus for the 300. He wants that pizza, which he will share with Rhino.
That's a benefit of bowling league here at Parkside Lanes.
Is that actually a true thing? Like when you bowl 300, you get a free pizza?
I'm not sure. I could ask Kurt.
Because I was starting to buy into it.
I went. Hey,
Randy was putting his shoes on.
Yeah, but I was going to wait for the house shot when they re-oiled.
Right.
So does AJ get a free pizza from Tiffany's Pizza for that 300? What does he get as a league bowler here? What does AJ Johnson get for that 300? Anything? Free pizza from Tiffany's?
on the back, you can have a free pizza.
All right, there we go. The free pizza from Tiffany's. And a hot dog? Bonus hot dog. Appreciate that, Kurt.
Well
Good
done,
stuff.
Phil.
Absolutely.
Phil, always thinking about food. Hard to believe.
Hey, I was here for that pig roast last night, no doubt about it. Got to enjoy.
No comment? None needed.
None needed.
Oh, Phil.
And the new beverage I invented. I'll tell you about that one off air, Randy.
Oh, my goodness. Cannot wait.
There's serendipity involved, Randy.
Our last time out together, guys, we dined out at the Mexican restaurant. Remember that?
Yes.
Where was that?
Long Island. Chichimekas?
Yeah,
yes,
Chichimekas.
Long Island. You're right.
Yes.
Boom. And last time from what I remember, according to my credit card statement, I bought.
Well, once you offered, we weren't going to say no.
Another free meal for Phil. Another hard to believe moment. I think Phil bought me a beer one time. Once.
Yeah, and you yelled at him for it.
And I think
yelled at me for it.
And I think that was in Long Island too.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
What are you doing buying that beer for me? All right, I won't buy it anymore.
Yeah, because if you buy him a beer, then he can't remind you later that you've never bought him anything.
Exactly. I can't remind you of your perfect record. Love taking care of my extra frame guys when I can. Craig's probably sitting at home going, "Where's my free meal?" Sorry, Craig. Just hasn't worked out. Well, the last time I worked with Craig was a home game for me. It was in Wilmington. So I just
no chance you're having Craig at your house.
There's no chance Craig's coming over for food. I already had Simonson there. That was enough. I mean, with Simonson there, it's already starting to feel like a halfway house. The last thing I didn't need was Craig Elliott coming over, making it feel like full-blown halfway house. Brent Boho trying to finish big. 204 max if he strikes out here in the 10th. Wow.
He was commenting after bowling was done yesterday about this being his first national tour event, how the lanes changed so differently from the college matches that he's so used to the last few years.
Oh, yeah.
And how you have to just be super on your toes, and the moves are more aggressive, and you can't be timid with things. And he had a little sticker shot after day one with just being 50 over, but he's made a nice move up the standings so far today. Still outside the top 27, but definitely in the top half of this field.
Different world out here. Caliber of bowlers and rev rates. And these superstars out here, they know the moves, and they know how to play these patterns. It's just about execution.
Well, 181 leaves Boho in third on that pair.
And Sterner with the first strike in the 10th, 203 his max.
Well, Sterner's going to pick up another 30. So give him 192. He'll pick up 22 more pins. And comfortably in second after 3. And that's all we can update you on in terms of scores, folks.
Yep.
The story, though, A.J. Johnson, big 300. His 5th game, currently in 10th. And before we go away and enter into game 6, we have a special guest that's going to join us here in the booth with Jeff, Randy, and Phil. Watch Kurt Pelon here for another frame or two, and then we'll go to break. Bring that special guest back in. You don't want to miss out on that. On this gentleman that's going to join the extra frame FloBowling hot seat. Pelon looks like he's using urethane. I mean, he's throwing it really slow and really winding on it, but that looks like a urethane ball. Is that the Chick-fil-A shirt there on lane 26?
Oh, on O'Neill? Right here?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is Gateway Computers still in business?
Oh, wait. Yeah, it could be Gateway. Are they? No, they're not in business anymore, are they? Can't be. Somebody bought them out. Can't be. Somebody bought them out and merged with them and joined forces, and so, yeah.
Chick-fil-A bought them.
Chick-fil-A bought them. I think that's the Chick-fil-A shirt.
They
It's
exclusively
kind of cool,
use
man. It's different. I like
Gateway
it.
cash registers.
I like it.
We'll get a look at the front of his shirt on this.
He should have a little thing on the sleeve that says, "Eat more chicken." Right?
Maybe he does. Let's get a look at him.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And again, for those of you just joining in, learning the tragic news this morning, waking up, finding out we've lost another one of our Hall of Fame brothers, the passing of PBA Hall of Famer Pete Couture. And just a few days ago, Johnny Gunther, another Hall of Famer passing. As we finish up here at Game 5. Back with a lot more action to come from Parkside Lanes. Everyone stay with us.
Game 6 at the PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open. Looking at A.J. Johnson. We just watched him roll a perfect 300 game in Game 5. He is one of our leaders, and he's up right now in the first frame. Jeff Goodger along with Phil Brylow, and now joined by PBA Tour champion Rhino Page.
How we doing, boys?
Great.
Excellent.
All right.
Extra frame on FloBowling rolling along.
And Rhino, of course, first question. You obviously did enter this event. You bowled some yesterday, and then you stopped.
Yes, sir. Yeah, my knee was a little bit sore from Friday night. It was really hot in the building, real humid. We had record high temperatures yesterday, actually. And being the meteorologist guy I am, I knew that.
I don't know if a lot of people know that about you, though. That's interesting. We should get into that a little.
Yeah. And, you know, at any rate, my cross yesterday put me in the high end where they had problems with the air conditioning unit. And about game 2 yesterday, it felt like the temperature went up about 15 degrees and it got really humid really quick. And with these older synthetic approaches, humidity is the devil. And they just got tackier and tackier. And by game 7, I was right in front of the high end door. And I literally could not slide no matter how much easy slide I put on my foot. And being 5'6", you know, a little guy, I got to get my legs moving fast in order to create my ball speed. And that means that you got to slide some. And I just had some issues with that. And so rather than continue to, you know, risk a potential injury, I got a lot of tournaments coming up. I just said, you know, it's probably best if I just take the rest of the day off.
Which unfortunately means the rest of the long weekend off. But as you mentioned, it's not just tournaments you have coming up, too. You've been all around youth clinics. You just had one in Wisconsin last week. I'm sure you're going to be at Junior Gold this year. That's probably...
I'm not actually.
You're not actually. Wow, you're taking a holy cow. That's the first in a long time.
Yeah, my coach is getting married, and then I got the SB nomination.
Oh, that's right.
And I thought I have to go to the SBs.
Yes.
Like,
no question.
Just to hang with those guys just for one night. That would be fun. So really looking forward to that.
Absolutely.
Just let me throw this in. Everybody listening, go to ESPN.com, click on the SB voting, and vote for Rhino Page.
My man.
This is FloBowling. I don't have to be unbiased anymore.
I'm doing that right. I'm doing that right now. Here we go. Here's ESPN. Here we go. I got it on my laptop.
Of course, I'll say the same thing when the other nominees are in the booth with me. But for now, vote for Rhino.
I need all the help I can get against Belmo. I'll tell you that much. There's AJ going a little bit high. I've noticed that particular pair of lanes, 25 and 6, seems to be a lot lower scoring than the ones around it. And for those of you out there listening, I used to always bust these guys' chops every week because they seem to put the former extra frame cameras right on the bad pairs every single week.
Oh, that's a fine tradition that we will definitely continue anywhere we go.
AJ's throwing the ball quite well right now. I got to work with him a little bit on his swing last week, and it was just getting a little bit high. You know, AJ's a big dude, super strong. And by getting just a pinch high with his swing, he'd get a little steep on the downswing as well as maybe a little grabby. And so his miss was always left. And we just tried to lower that just a pinch. He actually feels like that ball doesn't even get to waist high backswing wise. And it's still, as you can see, about a ball over his head. It's pretty wild. Feel versus reality.
That's fascinating.
Slow down a little bit. And I can tell you from just working on my physical game, I just lowered my swing quite a bit before the Masters. And it feels like it just crosses my leg. And then that's as high as it gets. But as you can see, it's still head high.
Yeah, it still looks the same.
Right. And a lot of that is just, if you stand up, straight up, and you put your arm back, you can't really go past your waist/shoulder level without it feeling real tense, right? So you go to waist high and then bend your upper body forward, and then you'll see how players get their balls or their backswing so high.
And you that worked out pretty well for you at the Masters.
Yeah,
made the show there.
Yeah, I had some bad tendencies of hitting up on the ball. Right, and that's because I was getting too steep and I didn't have much of a flat spot. And by lowering my swing, all of a sudden it felt like at the bottom it was so much longer and I had all the time in the world to hit it whatever way I wanted to. And we're continuing to work on it. Like I said, it feels very, very short as far as backswing height goes, but it's really not.
Was there a necessitated increase in the speed of your footwork to make up for the shorter swing? Because a lot of people might think that.
Right. Absolutely, and that was one of the side effects is it got my feet going faster, which was great because now I'm creating my ball speed properly. We always say ball speed comes from your legs, and power comes from good timing and a good firm wrist position underneath it.
It's amazing. Sometimes in the sport, less is more, but yeah, we see the 550 rev rates and everything out here a lot of times. The guys thinking, I gotta get, you see so many guys or amateur bowlers on Facebook. What can I do to rev it up more and get to go longer and throw. And sometimes that's not the thing that may help them be a little more successful in their amateur career. It might be, as you said, take something off of it. Lower the backswing, not, get the footwork faster to generate the ball speed instead of trying to pull it through. And I'm notorious for that for as little as I've been bowling recently with working on extra frame and flow bowling. And it's one of the biggest mistakes I make is getting to the top of my backswing and just yanking down on that thing. And you just, all of a sudden, the ball's down by your ankle and you're going, what do I do now? And most of the time you end up just pulling across your body because you've shortened things up so much.
Right.
Which is great on a house pattern if you have 80 units of oil in the middle and 10 units of drying out on the outside. Bowling on a sports shot league, no, it's a great way to average 170.
Yeah.
It really is. It lets you work on your spare game a lot more than you want to. Let's put it that way.
No doubt about it. I remember when I was 18 years old, I got to go down to Kegel, and Parker Bone happened to be in the building that day, and he was always one of my heroes growing up. And the first thing he ever said to me is, "Hey kid, relax. Less is more." And so that is a very common term. It's been around a long time, and it's really true. A lot of times when I work with players in clinics or what have you, we work on freeing their arm swing up. If you look at the top 50 bowlers of all time, they only have one thing in common. They all bowl differently. But the one thing they have in common is from their wrist to their shoulder, there's nothing going on. It's free as can be. We're letting gravity swing it for us because we know we're human beings. We're going to make mistakes, right?
Yep.
Gravity's always the same. So we're trying to take all that human element out of play as much as possible. The minute we free those swings up with those players, they throw it harder every time. It's amazing. And they go, well, how is that? I didn't work as hard. And I went, yeah, gravity is a wonderful thing if you utilize it properly.
9.8 meters per second. That's powerful.
Yeah. Wow. You knew that, huh?
Can I get the imperial conversion on that, please?
No.
Okay.
This is physics, Phil. We use metric.
Why is it called a foot pound, not a foot kilogram?
I can't explain that. I can't explain why it's 60 feet instead of 18.18 meters.
Nick Pate got himself into the stepladder finals in Lubbock for his
young up-and-coming player. He's very solid. Spent some time, I believe, was he in the Team USA program?
I believe he was as well. He's got another brother coming up through the ranks too, Josh, that's pretty talented, and their sister is the most talented of all, in my opinion.
Jason Sterner with the spare, and another duo. Second time we've seen a duo this game, so at worst, Tristan Butler and AJ Johnson will get 20 bonus pins. One of them will get 30, the other will get 20. You see Bobby Hall up there. He withdrew earlier today, so that is why he's getting zeros. And the blank name must have been a no-show, as we hear a pile of applause that I'm sure we'll get to see on the FloBowling social channels shortly.
Bill O'Neill looked like he was the one walking off the approach.
And I believe I see 300 up there on the board. Very solid.
And Bill, one of those guys right now he was the number after 12 games. So he's another one of the guys that's going to benefit greatly from 130 pins to the positive in a single game, as we saw AJ Johnson do last game.
Well, yeah, and you talk about breaks in bowling. How about this for Johnson? He bowls a perfect game. He gets the 30 on top of that, and then he's guaranteed 20 in his very next game.
You think there'd be a way around this situation? I know it's not easy because players drop out in the middle of a round or something, but even if there was a pacer brought in or something to put up a score other than just giving away the free pins.
Right.
Yeah. Pick somebody at random. I know they're not on the same pair, but pick one of the other 90 bowlers left out of a hat, and okay, this guy's score represents bowler, the lower bowler on this pair, and this guy's score represents the other missing bowler on the pair. It's just something where it's a little more earned, in my opinion. If ever, this format works great in college because teams don't drop out in college.
Right.
There's 18 replacement players on a college team that'll just go, hey, coach, put me in. With the PBA event, you can't do that. There's no, hey, let me bring my second in to bowl for me this game.
But yeah, and this is the perfect example of how many different things can knock somebody out of a tournament. Like Rhino, for instance, due to injury. Same with Ronnie. And then a couple guys just didn't show up this morning. So if somebody's not going to show up, what do you do about that?
Yeah.
You can't drive to their hotel and force them to come here and bowl. So there are so many different reasons somebody might get knocked out of a tournament. A DQ would be another one. I don't think we've had any of those here.
No.
Right, and I know by looking at the list, I saw Christian Azcona withdrew today, and he ate it pretty bad yesterday in Game 2. He flew out on the lane from sticking. And also Ryan Simonelli, I talked to him quite a bit, and he had some ongoing knee issues off and on, and he made the turn from the low end to the high end, which is about a 20-degree temperature change. And he struck the first ball but almost fell out on the lane and said, yep, that's enough for me. I don't need that anymore. And you know what? I'm glad he didn't hurt himself, and I certainly don't blame him because, you know, we have a lot of tournaments coming up, like I said, and taking care of our bodies as players is number one most important. And, you know, we all feel very bad, too, for Sean. We know how much he puts into this event. And also for the proprietor here, who's fantastic.
Yeah, Kirk Frieders has been nothing but gracious to everyone the whole week.
Yeah, he's a wonderful guy.
And he's done everything he can. He's brought in giant fans to shove air from one end of the center to the other. And, you know, he's had guys on the roof trying to defrost things that are freezing up. And, you know, it's not like he's sitting there going, oh, well, this is the way it's going to be. He's fighting it. You know, he's fighting as hard as these bowlers are on the
fighting
lane.
Against nature.
Yeah.
A once in every 20 years heat wave.
Yep, there's nothing you can do about the weather.
Yeah, you might have a chance for a little storm chasing tonight, Ryan. I heard there's supposed to be some pretty good thunderstorms blowing through later today in the Chicagoland area.
I'm not going to lie, I am getting a little bit excited about it. I keep looking at the radar, seeing if they're blowing up.
Oh, well, if you're up near where you were earlier this week in the Sheboygan Fond du Lac area, it's starting to blow up out there a bit. They got a tornado watch up that way. Nothing in Illinois yet, but I'm going to make sure my wife takes cover back home in Milwaukee.
I used to get so excited in college. Going to school at the University of Kansas, you know, we got some tornado watches once in a while. Whenever I heard that tornado watch, oh boy, my ears perked straight up. I was ready to hop in the car and go chase them.
Have you ever seen a tornado in person?
I have not.
I have.
I've seen funnel clouds.
It's the scariest thing I've ever seen. Took out a barn across from my grandmother's house in 1975 on Easter Sunday. We were all there. And my crazy uncles all decided once they saw the tornado coming down, they all ran out in the yard and started watching it. Meanwhile, I'm in the house going, I think I'm good in here. I'm going to head for the basement.
It's hard to believe you have crazy uncles.
Yeah.
In between my sophomore and my junior year, Lawrence, Kansas got hit by a tornado, and it was about 2 blocks from where I was living. The problem was I was in Kansas City Bowling League. And I remember almost hopping in the car in the middle of the league and just going home because I wanted to see, you know, oh man, this is my chance to see a tornado. However, I stopped chasing tornadoes, I believe it was 2003 or 4 when Greensburg, Kansas, they had an F5 go through and completely knocked the entire town off the map.
Yep.
And I drove through there a couple months after, and I went, maybe I shouldn't do this anymore because it's not like I'm a professional.
Yeah,
I don't have all that equipment to keep me safe, you know?
Done up there. Oh, I'm sure.
All right, now we talked a bit about all the events coming up. One of the upcoming events in the next 2 months, you will be defending your title at the Ken Feld Group Classic in Coldwater. I know you're looking forward to the Storms tonight. You're looking forward to that event in Coldwater?
Oh, that's my favorite event every single year. You know, I started going there about, 6 years ago maybe when they had the softball game going on, you know, the whole 9 yards, and the people in Coldwater are just fantastic. Talk about great proprietors, but also the community and the support that we get out there. It's incredible. I mean, I think there's, 5,000 people in that entire town, and it feels like half of them show up on Sunday. Yeah. So always a great time.
Well, that's the thing that strikes you, or anyone. You hear about that event, and everybody tells you it's packed, this whole place is covered, you can't walk anywhere. And then you're driving to the bowling center, and all you see is fields and farms, and you can't possibly believe that anybody would be there. No, that's all true.
Oh, absolutely. And one other thing I love about that bowling center is no matter what condition they put out, it is dead hard. You got to make shots. And you'd better be on your spare game because even when you're throwing it great, lane to lane is very difficult.
Getting a look here at the player's perspective you did on that event.
Still on the PBA YouTube channel for those of you.
I forgot to drop my funny line in when I was doing this commentating. I saw the video and I said, yeah, I'm not using Just for Men anymore because it looked like I spray painted the top of my head.
Yeah, I remember that now. The moment you took your headset off after we shot that, you said it to me.
That's right.
Should we do this again? But then what did I say to you, Rhino? We exchanged something about how we should do another one of these.
Yeah.
And I said, well, we can do one after this week. And we were at the U.S. Open that week.
I forgot all about that, but you are exactly right. I'll be dang. All right. Tell me something good about next week for me, all right?
I used it all up.
That's a rare misspare from Jason. I'll tell you what, there's not many harder workers than Jason Sterner out there. I made a joke yesterday. He was Patrick Allen's replacement for the amount of time he puts into practice.
Yeah, I don't think that's a joke.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, after the 8 games of qualifying yesterday, they oiled, I believe, this pattern. They put 10 lanes out, and Jason was the first guy out there, and I think he was the last guy I saw on the lanes after that. So.
Yeah, and Phil and I saw him out there too, and then I just assumed he must have had a bad day and he's working on something. I look at the standings, he's second.
Yeah.
Okay.
AJ's going to have problems getting half of what he had last game. Now he leaves a 210.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's a good break coming to that pair and only having 2 on your pair because, that 30 pins or 20 at worst certainly makes you feel a little bit better bowling a lower score.
And he's going to have to fight to get 30 because Butler can punch out for 185 and end that match before Johnson can step up in the 10th. It's one thing with this sport where the ups and downs you bowlers can go through, not just from game to game, but shot to shot, and just trying to keep everything together mentally to do the job at hand and not just totally fry out.
Right.
It's incredible sometimes where you see lesser bowlers back home that just totally blow themselves up with their mental game, and they have great physical talents, and they can't perform in a clutch situation, or they throw things away. And what do you do to? I've seen you before do meditation to work on your mental game. That's still a solid part of what your pre-round repertoire is.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I do some meditating. But it's also accepting your knowns, right? You know that you're a human being, you're going to make bad shots, right? You know that you're going to hit bad pairs. You know that sometimes, not every move you make is going to be right.
Yeah.
But you have to be okay with that, and it's accepting it. And I remember a guy that I work with on the mental game, he got to interview Matt Kuchar, and he goes, Cooch, you make so much money, you're like an ATM machine out there on the golf course. What's the secret to your success? You make every cut. And he said, well, to be honest with you, he says, on the way to the golf course every day, I just accept the fact that I'm going to make 6 or 7 bad shots. And that's okay. So that way when it happens, I'm thinking about how I'm going to get out of that situation rather than frying out and getting upset that I hit that shot. And so just accepting the fact that, hey, you're human. You're not always going to throw it great. And even as professionals, we're going to make 2-3 bad shots a game, right? When we're on, maybe that gets down to 1 or 2, right? I'll give you a prime example. The Players' Championships this year, I'd worked my way up to 18th place through 2 games of the 3rd block, right? And I got to the 3rd pair, looked at my chart, it's fresh on my side. So I'm like, all right, we're going to get us another good one here, put myself in a good spot. Well, I bowled 125 that game, and I never missed my target. I never missed a spare. It just so happened that every move I made was wrong. And, that's hard to deal with sometimes. But at the end of the night, I had started to pay more and more attention, and all that had happened was the right side started 2 arrows deeper that block, and I didn't catch it.
Okay.
And I was playing in. And so my fronts went a lot faster than they did in other blocks. And so it's more of a learning. We're always constantly learning out here, and adversity is truly what makes us better players over time. You never get better when you're bowling great, right?
Right. So if you're in AJ's shoes right now, you're just going to shoot in the 160s, you're going to another pair, what would be your mindset after if you did that same thing, shoot 160, now it's time to go to the next pair?
You got to have a short memory as a player. And this is AJ's home center. I'm sure he knows these pairs inside and out. And you just got to say, all right, bad pair, time to rebound, right? And I always tell people this is one of the coolest nuggets I could give anybody is whenever you're bowling in front of the front desk, which he's doing right now, right, you have to know automatically that they're going to hook more. Because that's where the first pairs that the proprietor puts, their open play bowlers on, right? And the other thing is every lane, we assume it's flat. There's not a flat lane in the world, right? Outside of at Kegel where they have springs underneath it and they can make it flat. But even then, and the difference between a completely flat lane and 40 thousandths of an inch cross tilt is 6 to 8 boards depending on how much angle you're using through the front. So you just know that sometimes there's certain pairs in every building that are more difficult than others, and you just got to rebound from it.
Well, Rhino, we're wrapping up game 6 here, and assume that you're going to be around a little while today helping out with the kids at that youth clinic after the round's done?
Yeah, we're going to have a good time. I hear there's a lot of youth players coming in, and we're going to try to give them some good tips, help them get better. And I'm assuming probably some of them are going to be going to Junior Gold. 4,300 entries last time I heard for Junior Gold. That's another exciting event coming up.
Yeah, that's how they manage to coordinate that insanity is beyond my comprehension. But they manage to do it year after year as it keeps getting bigger.
And it's incredible. And I'll tell you what, it makes me smile because that event was 600 when I bowled. Granted, it was feels like forever ago, 18 years ago. But to see youth bowling continue to grow, it just shows you that our sport is not dead. There's a lot of great things going right now, and it makes me excited to see what's going to happen in the future.
Oh, we can't wait to get to see you back on the lanes. Are you bowling the Lucy with anyone in Houston? Is that on the schedule?
I am. I'm going to bowl the Lucy for the first time, actually.
Okay.
So super excited about that. And it seems like every weekend I got something going on from here on out. We got the Proprietors Cup next weekend. We're all traveling down to Ohio for that. So exciting summer of bowling.
Yes, indeed. And, catch Rhino Page on the lanes next time the PBA Tour hits the lanes in Houston for the Striking Against Breast Cancer doubles. And
who's your partner? Who's your partner?
My partner, you probably wouldn't know who she was, but she actually has Crohn's. And I met her up in Duluth when we did a charity event for my friend.
Okay.
And she throws it great, and I'm like, well, hey, this works perfect. Let's go bowl.
Nice.
So I'm super excited about it.
Sounds good. Yeah, catch Rhino on the lanes on Extra Frame on FloBowling in July, and of course, and in August when he defends his title in Coldwater at the Ken Feld Implement Classic. Thanks for the time, Rhino. Always appreciate it.
Thank you, boys.
Game 7 coming up next.
Penultimate game of qualifying at the PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open. And here's one of our top players both this weekend and in general, EJ Tackett. In the booth, Jeff Goodger with Phil Brylow and Randy Peterson. And how about that, Randy?
Yeah, you could really see what EJ is trying to do at the bottom of the swing, how he tilts his hand inward and really trying to get his ball to not read the front part of the lane. And he's so talented. He can do so many different things to it, but it's real obvious to me that he's doing something different with his release.
Another look at AJ.
AJ Johnson, 300 and then coming off a 160 game. Had an open in the second, decided to change zones completely, goes to urethane and moves out.
Sterner front three off a really bad game, front four now.
Sterner had 150 something last game as well, so him and AJ Johnson both struggled in game 6. This pattern's pretty tough right now. Didn't start off all that great. And you really have to figure out a way to finesse the ball through the front part of the lane and get it to the break point consistently. Any up hit at all and the ball's going to dig in and read. The players don't want that. EJ Tackett started with a front four as he gets up on lane 29. You can really see he's trying to use a little bit more spin as a great shot and result is a ring 10. But really trying to tip it so it'll get through the front and still recover. Simonson coming off of a bad game where he caught a bad break in the 10th, and it's a 2-8-10 for Simonson. Going to be back-to-back open frames for young Anthony. And Joey Pants, 3-6-10, no problem.
Yeah, when Tackett was in the PBA Tour Finals, they had the qualifying games on 4 of the various patterns out there. His lowest game was on this Don Carter pattern at 206. During that competition, he had the Carter pattern that he didn't do so well at, but he just crushed that Dick Weber pattern. One would think 6 feet of difference in oil length for a player like EJ Tackett wouldn't cause that big of a change in reaction for him on the lanes. It seemed to be when they were at Thunderbolt, the comfort factor on the longer pattern at Thunderbolt was there for EJ. You didn't see it on the Don Carter pattern.
Well,
is it just the friction that they had at Thunderbolt?
There's a lot of friction at Thunderbolt.
Okay,
and so 2 different surfaces, a lot of friction in the arena there at Thunderbolt, and so that played a big difference for EJ.
Ryan Schaefer a few weeks ago, great run at the Senior U.S. Open through qualifying and match play. course, that event was won by Mika Koivuniemi. His first PBA 50 title.
Guy leaves the desert, pops into the desert on this coast, or on this side of the world, and snaps off the Senior Masters.
Yeah, why not?
And then how about the Senior U.S. Open? And the run that Chris Warren had.
No, that was the
Senior Masters.
I mean, I've got them backwards. Mika wins the Senior U.S. Open. Chris Warren gets into the losers bracket after losing his first match, and then averages like 257, and then goes on to beat Norm Duke for the title at Senior Masters.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Yeah. We've got an updated score, updated standing sheet after 13 games if you guys want to hear it.
Absolutely, please.
All right, Matt Kuba still leading at plus 677. In second, Dom Barrett. Third, by the strength of that 300 game, A.J. Johnson. 4 is Jason Sterner, tied with E.J. Tackett. Loschetter up to 6th. Andrew Anderson in 7th. Anthony Simonson 8. Greg Ostrander 9. And Chris Vi rounding out the top 10. Currently in 27th position, Matt Sanders from Indianapolis at plus 352. And again, folks, that's after 13 games.
Yep. 14 in the books. We'll get that recap as soon as it comes out of Rich Weber's tournament office. We are in game 15 overall, 7th game today for these players. And the top 27 come back tomorrow. 8 additional games qualifying on the third pattern of this long weekend, the 39-foot bear pattern. And bonus pins will still be in play tomorrow. 20 for first, 10 for second, 0 for third on a pair, as we will go to 9 pairs of 3 to take care of those 27 players.
When they first came out with bear, wasn't it longer? Wasn't it like 43 feet?
I thought it was just 40.
I thought it was 40 and dead flat. It was supposed to replicate the old U.S. Open.
So it was 52 feet, 40, and 32 feet. For bear, badger, wolf.
But
Yes.
not in that order, yes.
Yeah.
Badger 52, bear 40.
Correct.
Wolf 32.
Right. Which I would think the longer pattern should have been wolf, the shorter pattern badger, because badger is a much shorter animal than a wolf.
Very true.
It's the opposite of a Goodger.
Bear, exactly. Bear makes perfect sense because it's hard. What are we watching here?
U.S. Open, Senior U.S. Open from the Suncoast. Schaefer in the opening match against Brian Kretzer, and Schaefer struggled the whole way in that match after an early 3-bagger. Didn't make moves to keep up with Kretzer, and Kretzer ended up taking that match. As Kretzer tried taking the whole step ladder of the title, but Mika Koivuniemi took care of things as a top seed in the title match.
AJ moved back in again. A couple of test shots from out. He didn't like what he saw, so back in. You see bowling ball's reading very early now, and then when that happens, it's hard to get it to come around the corner. Almost looks like AJ needs to change to a ball that'll come around the corner a little bit harder for him. It doesn't look like he's throwing it bad at all. I mean, you don't shoot 300 and then not throw it well. He goes to that next pair, has a bad ball reaction, and it got him. But it almost looks like he needs to go to something that will come around the corner a little bit stronger than the ball he's using. Watch what EJ does with his wrist here at the bottom of the swing. See it? Right at the last second, that wrist turns in so he can kick around the side of it more.
How's he able to do that?
Because he's talented.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't do that. Never was able to do that. I just tried to get my hand out of it the same way twice. He can do a lot of different things. All right, let's see. AJ staying with the same ball. Looks like a hyper self-fused, maybe. Hard to tell. No, I think that's something else. He may have gone to something else. Hard for me to see from this vantage point. See if EJ, look at that loft, and good try. EJ used to use 16 pounders. I think he switched to 15 not long ago. I know Don Barrett was another 16-pound guy, and he's gone to 15. And now Schaefer. And even Schaefer having trouble getting it to come around the corner.
Simonson just keeps leaving 210 combinations. That 16-15 thing, Randy, it seems like, well, some guys just bounce back and forth constantly, but the general trend on tour seems to go from one to the other and then back again.
Yeah, a lot of the players that I've spoken to that have gone to 15, they say that they can shape the 15-pounders more. And, you know, for me, I always wanted, or I went to 16 just because I needed more mass going through the pins based on my rev rate. And I really couldn't get the 15-pounders to shape anymore for me, so I just went with the extra weight. And it's made a big difference in terms of my carry. I don't know if you talk to Chris Barnes, he uses 16 pounds, I think for the same reason. He wants as much mass going through the pins as possible. And Tommy Jones was a 16-pound guy for a long time, and I think he's back to 15 now. And so I don't know what the ratio is anymore. You know, we always talk to the players who make the top 5 step ladder finals for television shows, you know, what weight, and I think the mass, the majority of the players are still using 15. I think if you went out to the players' truck and looked on the shelves for equipment, you're going to find more 15-pounders than 16-pounders in stock.
Hey, just had a chance to run up, check on our leader, Matt Kuba. He just finished game 7. 256 for Kuba in his 15th game of qualifying. Problem is, J.R. Richards shot 257, took away 10 of the bonus pins Kuba probably should have had.
Well, that wasn't very nice of him.
No, that's J.R. style.
Just an amazing athlete right there. You got to see him hit a golf ball, folks. Scratch +2 player. Simonson.
You ought to see his golfer's tan. It's impressive.
Okay, I wasn't going to go there, but since you did, we'll move on.
Thank you, Phil.
Yeah, thanks for that update, Phil. That's wonderful. Oh, boy, sometimes he just really kills me. Sterner now coming off an open frame. And looks like it's going to be back-to-back opens after Sterner had started with a front 6, guys. EJ Tackett can strike out for 240.
Yeah, Sterner watched someone all the way down the lane, so must have had the feeling it was a decent shot out of his hand. Could have been just surprised by the ball reaction the last few feet.
Yeah, it looked like it checked early and then never got far enough right of the head pin. Trying to keep my eye on Simonson, though. Simonson is struggling still, and now he can strike out for 203, but he's currently shooting 173. Players are getting the ball to the right, and it's not getting back, and we've seen that the last couple games on our coverage of the pairs in front of us. And when that happens and there's no hold, it makes for a long day. And what I mean by that is if you can't get it to the right because it doesn't return, and when you get it up the lane and it goes through the nose, where are you supposed to play? And that's what makes the scoring pace tough. You got to somehow finagle and fit it in a way to where you can somehow try to touch the 1-3 for the right-handers.
And does that prevent the righties from using angles they might really want to go to? Like, usually we see guys start to move farther left. Sometimes we see guys lofting gutter caps as EJ gets that one to almost come all the way back.
I think he was a little surprised with that. Watch this. There you go. His carry stinks. He was working on a strike. He knows he needs a game. The thing is that when you have the big heavy-handed guys that can't get the ball back from the right, well, who else is going to get it back from there? Me? You, Phil?
No.
You, Lieutenant Weinberg? Had to get a few good men reference in there. That was priceless.
That was good.
That was priceless. So, I mean, that's what we're seeing. You know, Sterner's kind of playing that rollout shot where his ball stands up and reads earlier, and so his angles are not near as open as EJ's. But still, I mean, it looks like it has to be out of your hand perfect. Location has to be perfect down lane, and then hope to get it back from the right. Simonson is fried right now. Going to get joined here by Storm Tour rep Tim Mack. Timmy, tell us what you're seeing and what's going on out there.
Some of these middle pairs in here where the urethane has been used quite extensively, that there's so much oil that they're really clipped. So you got guys that actually have to get steeper through the front and be softer. I was down there talking to AJ, and he was going to try to trap a urethane ball. I said, well, you're going to bowl 170 doing that. So let's go to something that actually is going to get around the corner a little bit, but you got to do it with angle and speed. His mantra is he doesn't really like to slow down, so got him to go left, got him to be softer, steeper through the front with a little bit more angle, and use that oil in front of the head pin as hold. Because you're going to create your right with your ball speed and obviously his rev rate and angle.
So you like steeper through the front but softer?
Yeah, definitely on some of these middle pairs in here, and that's why you see and you look to the pair next door. That's pretty good right there.
So I was going to say that looked pretty good right out of his hand.
Right out of his hand. So 4 of the last 5 have been really good. You look at the pair next to him. Sterner's trying to trap it a little bit on 29-30, but EJ is doing the super circle where he's got 90-degree axis tilt. The ball's almost coming back at him.
You could see how right at the last minute, EJ's kicking his wrist in and then trying to really flip it out of his hand.
100%. And that's what Dom Barrett did so well early, because he made a really big run earlier, hooking it, getting his hand really underneath it and circling, getting underneath it, taking the whole lane out of play with his angle through the front. And then because he was soft enough and he's got enough rev rate, the ball was coming off. He created right for himself. He was going to hook back every time.
Right.
So the guys that get up there and throw it hard, that are with the ball speed, it's just not going to make the corner.
Big shot here for AJ Johnson as he can take 30 bonus pins with him with a strike here. Left.
Yep, and now that seats the oil in the middle lane where I was talking about, where if your angle's right through the front, you're going to have a little left. That was left off his hand, but he's soft enough.
But because of the angle being so sharp through the front part of the lane.
Correct. So
if he's soft enough, he's got a little bit of left and right.
Yes.
With the proper angle through the front.
Yeah, you got. I think you have to be really steep through the front right now. These last couple games.
And that's what it looks like.
So. Yeah, that's what I see, and it's certainly a challenge. There's some pairs out here that are incredibly tricky right now.
I think this is part of the maturation process of A.J. Johnson, though. You look at how many different ways he's played this pair, and he's going to come away with 2 teen and 30 bonus pins.
And a win, and a win. And, Simonson, bowling on the pair with him is seeing some of the same things. And
but it doesn't look like Simonson's near as steep.
No, I told him I want him to get steeper, but then he wanted to go back and trap at it because he saved the game yesterday in that same part of the lane. There it is. That's a good shot, and it's a good game.
Yep. Solid.
Yeah.
And a good comeback.
Yeah, and that's a game. These games.
That's a game saver.
Yeah, exactly. It's
he had the 2 for 8-10 in the second. Tried urethane to trap it, like you said. Went back in. And bowled a great game to finish with 212.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who comes on this pair next pair, because Sterner just got off this pair and bowled 150. Went to the pair next door, shot 230.
Right.
So,
see, it looks like Simonson is much straighter through the front.
I got a thumbs up there. How about that?
So since you're repping for Simonson, get steeper. Get steeper, bro. All right.
So he's looking up here at us, and I'm trying to tell him that, but maybe he'll listen to you. You're the PBA Hall of Famer, so hopefully he'll listen to you.
Dude, it's pretty obvious he's trying to trap, and he gets to the board left. It goes Brooklyn.
Yeah, he's got to go around a little bit. He's going to get steeper.
All right, so
here.
he's moved in now. Watch. You like that? You like that or no?
He gives a thumbs up to Randy. There it is. So, yeah, I don't mind that. So I'm going to go take a look at Marshall and some of the other guys. But last game, if you look at the last game scores for some of the leaders, you looked at Dom, you looked at EJ, you looked at Anthony, Sterner. A lot of those guys didn't bowl good games.
Right.
So there was a whole other transition that came in where I think now they have to be steeper.
All right.
Simonson's coming back here. Maybe he can tell you what we're talking about.
So what we're seeing is you've got to be steeper through the front and softer. Come on, Mike. So as soon as your angle is just a little bit too straight through the front, you miss a board left, it's Brooklyn. Which pair are you going to now? Hey, come on, man. That's not the right attitude. Come on. You got this, kid.
Randy, you want me to do it?
Yeah. All right, after a quick pep talk for Anthony Simonson, who's pretty much told me that if he keeps bowling the way he's bowling, it won't matter. And to which I responded, now that's no attitude, son. That's not the right attitude, right?
No, that's absolutely the wrong attitude.
Currently,
Then
where is he?
he asked for some Randy love, and all is well.
Yeah, I mean, he's an 8th. Just shot 180, picked up 10, so he only lost 7, right?
He's in solid shape.
All right. There's nothing wrong with coaching, especially since we work for the same company. We are nearing the end of Game 7. One more game to go to get into the top 27 for extended play. And young Simonson will be on 27 and 8. The pair that, oh wait, no, he's not on 27 and 8. Hang on. I wonder if we're going to have him for his last game. I think he's going to 23 and 4.
Which we have a camera on. So it's just
he's putting his stuff on 25 and.
Let me see if I can find him in this.
He's on 23 and 4, I think.
Yeah. Simonson is on 25 and 6 in Game 8. I do have that here.
Right again, Randy. You, Lieutenant Weinberg. You like that one, huh, Jeffy? I got you on that.
That was good. I'd never been called Lieutenant Weinberg before.
At least you knew the reference. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. Schaefer just beside himself going, well, let's see. I throw it to the right, it hangs. I get it up the lane, it goes to the face. And that's what we're seeing. I mean, that's the problem that everybody's having. And again, I totally agree with Tim Mack. Now, maybe it is a pair-to-pair thing, and it very well could be. But some of these middle pairs in here, it looks like you need more angle through the front and softer speed to get it to come around the corner.
Now, is that a topography issue or how the lane is broken down issue?
Well, I think it's how the lanes. I think it's the way the lanes have broken down, and the way the lanes were broken down, with a lot of urethane going down the lane, going down this part of the house early, and that's created that hang spot down the lane, right? So the players throw it to the right, it hangs, it doesn't come off of it, and so they then try to square up a little bit, it goes through the nose, and the right play is what Tim Mack said, and that's to create steeper angle through the front and get softer.
So the slower the wheel, the better right now.
It'll read the spot down lane, right? And then because you're creating more angle through the front, if you do get it a little bit left, there's some oil there to hold it off. But the speed is the critical part. Getting soft enough to where you can create that angle through the front and get it to the right and get it back.
One game left here in Aurora before we get to our top 27. That 8th game coming up momentarily.
Final game of qualifying. PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open. Jeff Goodger with Randy Peterson. Randy, following this game, we'll cut everybody except 27. They'll come back tomorrow for the semis qualifying round.
And 8 more for them tomorrow. Cut to the top 5 for a stepladder finals. 3 different patterns, bonus pins for qualifying based on high score for the pair.
Today it's been based on groups of 4. Tomorrow it'll be based on groups of 3.
Bonus for tomorrow will be 20 and 10?
Correct.
20-10, and you get nothing and like it, mister.
Absolutely.
Greg Ostrander back in the booth, only this time we're not going to give him your headset.
Thank you. Trying to block that out of my mind.
It's like a bad dream. We gave him your headset, Greg. We gave you his headset. And it was the first time anybody's worn Jeff's headset in 3 years. And then we immediately set it on fire after you were done with it.
I had to go buy a new one.
That was just to sanitize it. Yeah. So, have you started your 8th game yet?
I'm done.
Oh, you're done. You're finished. Okay. All right. We have updates after 13 games, not 16.
Or 15 or 14.
Greg is fine. He was in 9th with a couple to go.
You're going to be able to tell a lot more than I can what happened out there. So.
And we have given Greg a different headset.
One that does not have to be sanitized after use, because I'm pretty sure him and Phil Brylo are sharing some common DNA. Take it away, Greg. What's happening out there?
They're starting to hook now. Well, now we have AJ up here on lane 30. He's right, AJ in the right zone right there. I feel like if all the righties right now, I mean, if you're not in the left gutter by now, you're definitely playing the lanes wrong.
Right.
I mean, a couple bullets. I mean, Cameron Doral, I bowled him the last game. He threw urethane all 8 games. He made the number. So, I mean, I feel like they're really, really easy to the left, unless you get a bad pair where someone threw urethane to start.
Right.
Or just someone blew the pair open too early. But we're going to see. I mean, we haven't seen scores yet, so I don't know where the numbers are going to be. But I guess probably 420. I feel like 420 you're safe.
Well, we were talking with Tim Mack earlier, who was
the number guru.
He was coaching AJ Johnson, so AJ goes 300, 160, and he tells AJ in these middle pairs here, we saw a lot of urethane go down the lane early, and so he wanted AJ to cut the front part of the lane, get steeper through the front, and slow his ball speed down. Did you see that?
Yeah, I absolutely did. For the first about 4 or 5 games, I was playing the right zone, and then but the last 3 games, I took a big step left, and I was literally trying to throw it to 5. I mean, as fast as I can get it, because I felt like they got super cliffed up, and I mean, if you missed in, the flatness of the pattern took it away.
And how important was ball speed?
I feel like ball speed is really important. Cause if you throw it too hard, it blew right through it. I don't care what referee or not.
Right.
I mean, it blew right through it. And obviously, too slow, you couldn't throw it far enough left. But I feel like you had to control your ball speed enough to get to the front part of the lane, but still have enough to be able to pick it up down lane.
Gotcha. So ball speed important, and then a little sharper angle through the front. And there's Simonson, who started with a front 3, doing exactly what we talked about. In between games 7 and 8, I was coaching young Anthony, and based on the advice from Tim Mack, and then also what I saw, I told him to cut the front part of the lane more. Yeah. He did that in the 10th frame of the last game and struck out to bail 183.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, you have EJ up. I mean, that's
cutting the front end.
That's what I was doing right there.
Right?
Yep, exactly what I was doing.
I mean, but that's really carving the front part of the lane.
Yep.
I mean, when it's going 27 to 4, you're carving the front part of the lane.
Yeah.
Something I'm not familiar with.
No senior guys do that anymore?
Not only do they not do it anymore, we never did it. Yeah. Yeah, my idea of carving the front part of the lane is 15 to 5.
AJ up with the strike.
And, the last time I checked, nobody bowls good with a bad ball reaction. And it's all about getting your ball to read properly.
Yep.
And I don't care who you are. You have a bad ball reaction, you're not beating anybody.
Okay. Yep, exactly right. I feel like if you can get the ball through the pins the right way, more than almost ball like downlane reaction, I feel like that's a huge advantage here, because I saw some bad pin carry here. I 7-10 a few times. I feel like if you get the pins, like get your ball right through the pins the right way in the right shape, I mean, you can score lights out.
And then how important is it pair to pair for you? How tough was that?
I went left today. Actually, the lower I got down there, the more it hooked in the mid lane. I ended up on 7 and 8, and I was over both gutter caps. I mean, and that wasn't even enough. It just hooked down lane so much. But I mean, I feel like pair to pair, you almost had to move before you got there. At least 2 to 4 left, at least, just to be because they're hooked so much in the front. I mean, I feel like if you didn't move, you're gonna split the nose. I feel like, but I feel like you almost had to pre-jump the game. So I feel like, yeah, Simonson in front of bartender.
There you go. So just that change in the angle through the front part of the lane, and then ball speed coming down a little bit, and all of a sudden he can't miss the pocket.
Exactly. I feel like there's enough carry that far left in the front part of the lane that he'll hold the ball in line enough until the end back of the pattern. I mean, how many lefties were here this week? Not many, right?
Right, exactly. And so we were talking about, when you cut the front part of the lane, or your angle's that steep through the front part, your ball speed's slow enough that if you do get it right, it comes off the spot, it'll read it, and it'll get back to the pocket. But also, when you're that steep through the front and you miss a little bit left, you've got a little hold.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
Simonson looking to rebound after a couple of dismal games. He feels like he's really falling down the list. And after 13, it shows him in 8th. he felt like after his last couple games going into this game, he'd be around 15th or 16th.
Wow.
So he's looking to rebound and possibly end up with a big score here and another 30 bonus pins if he's high on his pair.
Bonus pins are huge.
Big.
I mean, they're massive.
Now tomorrow, it's 20, 10, and 0.
Oh. So
3 on a pair.
okay.
Yeah.
And that's still massive.
Yeah. So it's keeps it pretty interesting, doesn't it?
I like this format. I like the format. I like the way we crossed. I mean, so you don't follow everyone the same every game. I mean, I like that a lot.
It's definitely unique and different. Sean Rash came up with a pretty good idea here, and as you see, A.J. Johnson.
That was in.
That was in and held.
Yep.
Sure. And speaking of Sean Rash, Sean, thank you for hooking me up with my hotel room.
That's a good shot.
And he must be close based on his mannerisms on the lanes. That was after 11. Where is he after 13? He's got to be first page. Yep, down here at 38th after 13 games. Wonder where he is after 15. He's got to be close. E.J. Tackett, we were talking about him earlier, Greg, how I could see a noticeable difference in what he's doing with his wrist at the bottom of the swing to create that shape through the front part and get it to return. Watch what he's doing right here with his hand.
Yeah. A lot of side rotation on there.
Absolutely. Like his hand kicks more this way so that he can kind of spin it off his hand to the right.
And throw it right to the right.
Yep.
Yep.
And it's back-to-back 210s for A.J. Chapman. And the two shots that I watched him throw on this pair didn't look like his angles were near steep enough through the front.
Yeah.
Which is probably mind-boggling for a lot of people watching, saying, well, if you want him to go more, or if you want him to go steeper through the front, he just went light twice. Yeah. Why would you ever even consider that?
Yep.
Explain why we're talking that kind of language.
I mean, so for me before, I think it was game 5, I started off with a double on a new pair, and then I actually I threw a good shot, it hooked, so I didn't move the next shot, and I 2-4-10 actually. So, I mean, nowadays, it's you don't move right. You move two, maybe 4 left, and hopefully move left to hook it more.
Right.
I mean, you always have to hook it more.
Yep.
Because I don't know why. I guess it's bowling balls today. I feel like there's no more moving right like once you're at a zone. You just keep moving left. That's what I feel. I mean,
Simonson here on 23. Was it steep enough?
That's a good shot.
Oh, unlucky.
Light mixer.
So
I feel like that was a little too hard for him.
Yeah, it was a little fast, right? So for A.J. Chapman, if he were to move his feet left and his target right and create more angle and slow speed down, he'd probably get to the puck.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now then, the other thing that comes into question, though, is which players are able to do that and which ones aren't.
Yeah.
Like I can honestly say,
that's better.
Look at that.
Different ball.
See how that read?
Different ball too. Yeah.
But would you not agree that that was steeper through the front?
Way steeper.
Okay.
At least it's zone left.
Right.
At least.
And more angle through the front part of the lane. Simonson going for his 10-pin.
Uh-oh.
He made it. No problem. Except for the balance issue.
Sean Rash, 2-8-10 right here. 28 in front of us. I wonder how close he is.
Yeah, I have no idea. We have no scores.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though, there's a lot of bodies in this center.
Yeah.
The parking lot's full.
It's great to see. Sean did a great job in this event.
Yep. We have a packed house, folks. 4th of July weekend coming up. What do you have planned? Well, not weekend, weekday, but what do you have planned?
I'm staying with A.J. Johnson this week. I mean, he lives 15 minutes from here. So we're going to play golf Tuesday, Wednesday after we're done tomorrow. And we're going to have a little barbecue, I guess, at the house. So
Nice. Yeah, I didn't get that invite either.
I'm sure you can come over, Randy.
It's too late.
Lane 30. That's a good shot right there. Yeah, great shot.
Yep. Hi, Marshall.
James.
Well, Sean Rash, double, split, open, double, split, open. Simonson, 3-bagger, 9 spare, strike 9 spare. He works over back to lane 24. Just got a 5 from Marshall Kent.
Oh, wow. He went there.
Marshall, we don't have an extra headset to give you, but we were talking. Greggy just put. So can you confirm what we've been seeing, what we've been talking about, which is what looks like it's working late, is more angle through the front part of the lane, softer ball speed.
Yes, actually that's exactly how I ended too. And we're seeing more angle, slower ball speed with bowling balls with pretty big cores, so they slow down on the right spot.
There you
so
go.
You can control the back end.
Yeah.
Because it seemed like everything with a pearl cover on it just went way too long before it made its move, and then it was too violent down lane.
Right.
Like I ended with an IQ tour, and that's probably about as slow as they get.
Oh, Simonson 2-4, 8-10, and he hadn't missed the pocket yet, so he's probably a little shocked by that. But we talked to Anthony after his game 7, and I said, I think you need to cut the front part of the lane more and slow your speed down. He did it, started real well, but then that. So yeah, Timmy Mack was up in the booth talking to us about that. He was working with AJ Johnson. AJ shoots 300, then he goes 160. And the next game, he starts out with a mark, then he goes 2-4, 8-10, open. Then he tries to move right with urethane and trap it. And Timmy went down and said, you're going to shoot 170 doing that. You got to move in, create a steeper angle through the front, and slow down. He bailed out 2 team.
100%. Urethane looked good early, but as soon as there's got some oil down lane, it just seemed like it didn't read in the right part of the lane. And it got very tricky to carry once you got there. And then if you didn't get there, it was a disaster.
And how much of an effect did urethane early affect certain pairs?
You know, I got to be honest, I didn't pay attention to who threw urethane where, but I think that's why we have to create such a steep angle to get outside of that urethane carry down and use that carry down as hold when we trap one.
And then get soft enough with the right angle so if you do get it right, it comes around the corner.
Correct, yes.
Well, you've heard from Tim Mack, Greg Ostrander, and now Marshall Kent.
First 2.5 games.
That's the way to play them late here at Parkside Lanes in Aurora, Illinois. And all the players that are still having success late, they're all doing the same thing. Or at least it sure looks that way. Marshall, how did you finish up?
I got to plus 641 points.
641 points. That sounds pretty. I'm not really good at math, but that sounds pretty good. So AJ looked like he moved in, but see, wasn't enough angle through the front to get that to come back. And that's going to be his third 2, 4, 8, 10 combination. Couple of 2-10s for him and 2 8-10.
It seemed
nope, just two 2-10s. Two 2-10s and a 2 4 8-10 for AJ Chapman. Go ahead.
It is very, very easy to split when you're playing that sort of line where you're throwing it slow, and usually you're trying to hit the ball pretty good at the bottom.
Yeah.
To get it to move down lane. But if you hit it too hard, it moves too much in big fours. And if you don't hit it right, or if you get around it too much, 2 8-10s very easily.
Yeah.
Because I threw shots the last couple of games that I thought were really good, and one of them would shoot off the dry and big four, and then I had one a few frames later that just never hooked in 2 8-10.
Did you see that last shot by AJ or by EJ Taggett? Hey, that one got back from Lake Michigan. Sounds like there's going to be a Phil Brylow update. Phil, do you have something?
Yeah, Matt Kuba, man, has been near the top of the leaderboard all afternoon long. He's going to finish with 200 his last game, but he's still going to take 20 bonus pins even with only a 200 game. So that should keep Kuba near the top of the standings, especially after his game 7 was 256 and 20 bonus.
All right, right now Simonson in a battle for top spot on his pair, trying to take home 30 and a good score. He can still strike out for, looks like 233. Does that look about right to you guys? I can barely see that far. Glasses, what are those? I'm not giving up yet.
We're far enough away, we need binoculars.
We were talking earlier, Marshall, about watching AJ Chapman go light, back-to-back shots, 210, 210. And we were talking about, okay, that's where he needs to move left and increase his angle and slow speed down.
Yes.
And that doesn't make sense to anybody at home.
No.
You think about it, everybody's so programmed, well, if I go light, I got to move right.
Correct.
And that's the exact opposite of what you should do on this pattern.
Yeah, I mean, normally if you're bowling league, that's the case. But on this pattern in particular, if you move right at all, you're going to go straight into the dry, and it's going to hook even more. And then you're kind of wish-washing yourself. And, if you two-pin, I move 3 left and hit it harder and threw it slower. Because you use that fresh oil in the front of the lanes to kind of push your ball to the spot.
Right.
So if it two-pins, it's usually because it's burning up. The ball loses energy and it doesn't finish down lane. Then you two-pin. So you try to find more fresh head oil to help the ball retain its energy.
Jason Sterner at 214 and 20 bonus in his game 8, so he's sitting well up in the standings still. Looking forward to tomorrow's action on the Bear.
Yeah, what do you see happening tomorrow with regards to the new oil pattern they'll be putting out?
I think the score is going to be a lot lower. You're going to see a lot of 2-0s, 190s winning pairs. And you might have people playing everywhere on the lane. There's people going to be playing right. There's people playing left to try to find hold. And I'm actually really curious to see what happens. There's so many things that could happen. I couldn't even tell you what the scoring pace is going to be.
You think they're going to be tough?
I think they're going to be tough. The pattern plays tough. I don't think everyone's going to play the same part of the lane, and just makes it even tougher.
You see urethane coming into play?
No, I don't see urethane coming to play tomorrow.
Because?
Just too much oil in the front to get the ball started at the right time.
Too much volume?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then if you do try to oversurface it, you're just creating such a dry spot in the front that it becomes pretty tricky to manipulate that spot to get back to the pocket.
Gotcha. Well, you heard it from one of the best there, Marshall Kent, and his what's the word I'm looking for?
Opinion?
No.
Professional opinion?
No. The
educated guess?
No. Forecast.
Randy Peterism?
His oh my,
prediction?
Look at that. Prediction. And his prediction on how Bear's going to play tomorrow. Remember, all 3 patterns the same length, 39 feet, but different volumes, different shapes. And so they don't call it the Bear for nothing. Pretty tough pattern overall, Marsh?
Very tough.
Yep.
Reminds me a lot of the old U.S. Open, the 1-to-1 ratio, dead flat pattern.
Didn't you win on that pattern? What pattern was that you won in Oklahoma when you had to throw the last 4 to beat Barnes?
Oh, the Wolf pattern.
That was Wolf.
That felt like U.S. Open.
Because they were pretty tough.
They were very hard.
All right. We are nearing the end here, our 8th and final game. We'll stay with you to make sure that there are no ties or roll-offs. Is that the kiss of death, Jeff?
It's just 5 hours you've added. Oh, here's some scores.
We have scores after 14. Matt Kuba, E.J. Tackett, Dom Baird, Greg Ostrander, A.J. Johnson, Andrew Anderson, Chris Vai, Chris Loschetter, Jason Sterner, and Matt O'Grady rounding out the top 10. Also Graham Faw tied with Matt O'Grady. And that's after 14 games. Marshall Kent was in 13th with 2 to go, picked up a bunch. Young Simonton has doubled. I don't know if we caught that while I was reading the David Letterman top 10 people of interest. And now E.J. Tackett looks like he's going to pick up another 30 and possibly bowl 246 here. One of the best at cutting the front part of the lane, E.J. Tackett, would you say?
I agree with that.
Simonson now. No way. Are you kidding me? Well,
yeah, it's still 30.
It's still 30, but it could have been 30 and another 20. And Graham Faw. I'm just going to call that the bucket because I can't tell you what the pin numbers are. It's just a bucket for the lefty.
2, 5, 6,
No,
9. 3, 5, 6, 9.
3, 5, 6, 9. See, it's not as easy
No,
as
it's
see.
It's not easy at all.
Exactly. And again, we don't know what Sean Rash has got cooking in terms of totals, but that's going to be 160 if he doesn't convert the 3, 6, 9, 10. EJ Tack at 246, he'll pick up another 30. EJ got to be top 5, I would think, soft. And a good conversion there by Sean. Looks dejected. I'm guessing he needed a game. And young Simonson. And he got a little firm there, and you see it right there, 210.
Yep.
But he's going to pick up another 40 pins with 210 and 30 bonus pins. Anthony Simonson will be 40 to the good. Sorry? You're talking about Sean? Sean Rash was 360 after 7. And it looks like Sean Rash, our host, is going to fall just a bit short. Special thanks to Greg Ostrander and Marshall Kent for joining us here in the booth. They will have extended play tomorrow. Gentlemen, best of luck to you tomorrow. Get some good pizza and some good rest, and give them hell tomorrow.
Thank you. I'm getting me some Portillo's.
Is there one close by?
Mm-hmm. One right down the street.
I might have to follow you down there.
There's a beef and cheddar croissant with my name written all over it.
Beef and cheddar croissant. Love it.
Can't wait.
Thanks, guys. Man, does that sound good? Might have to go to the gym first and then make a U-turn back to Portillo's. For those of you that don't know about that eatery, it is tremendous. All right, folks. You want to take us home, Jeffrey?
Oh, yes. We will, as you said, Randy, we'll sit here for a bit, make sure there are no ties, and if necessary, we'll break that tie for you live here on Extra Frame on FloBowling. Otherwise, tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, qualifying round 3, the top 27 return and bowl on the Bear for 8 more games for Phil Brylow and Randy Peterson. This is Jeff Goodger. See you tomorrow.
Huh? do it at 035. The blue one.